almost kind of be a good area around.
I'm sorry, you need to.
You can use a circle around here. This would be around the area.
Okay.
Okay.
So using your scale, that scale is going from full left to full right. It's plus or minus 40 feet, right?
Switch. Can't see it. So say again. Say the question.
That scale is 40 feet. Going full left, full right, 40 feet.
It's 40 feet. It's a 10-foot scale.
Okay, sorry, 20 feet. My mistake.
That was okay.
Eyes are terrible. 20 feet. Thank you. All right, so if you use that scale, can you estimate for the jurors? I'm just going to use this X as a starting point. You estimate for the jurors from this X that I've highlighted to the pedestrian's final rest. What's that number? It doesn't have to be exact. Give me an estimate.
So, I mean, it could be within 30 feet because I tell you this. Also on my scale, this 2 and 3 is 50 feet from each other.
Is how much?
50.
Okay.
50.
50.
So would you agree that from this X down here to pedestrian's final rest, as the crow flies, that's probably a good 35, 40 feet.
I mean, I could try to use the scale, but it is a scale.
If you wouldn't mind. Need a piece of paper?
Yes, please.
Board's permission?
Okay.
Just a blank piece of paper.
Thank you. Yes, thank you.
You need a pen?
I got one. Thank you. It's a little around. It's approximately 30 feet.
We're up approximately 30 feet.
Yes.
Okay. Can you place, with the court's permission, can you estimate 30 feet in here?
Can I
Can you point to a place in the courtroom that looks like it's 30 feet from you?
Objection.
No. Next question.
Does the court have a diagram of a diagram of distances? to the courtroom?
In this courtroom? No.
You indicated just now, and I'm finished with this. Thank you. Thanks. You indicated just now, in answer to Mr. Lally,'s last couple of questions, that in your expert opinion, when the SUV struck the pedestrian, John O'Keefe, he was, quote, projected forward and to the left to the front yard to his final place of rest.
Yes.
So your expert testimony is that John O'Keefe was hit with the SUV and flew 30 feet.
Projected mean like I don't say he flew all the way there. He was projected in that way. He got pushed forward in that direction.
Which he was rendered incapacitated, landed there, and had to sort of fly there, correct? Didn't walk there.
I mean, would you definitely flying like literally off the ground the whole entire time, or?
Well, you tell me. You're the expert.
I mean, when we say projected, we mean he gets projected, and they usually have a landing phase, and they land, and then they either roll or tumble to final rest.
Okay. How far do you think he landed? How far was it until he landed of that 30 feet?
I don't know. There's no indication of where his exact landing spot was.
Right. Was there any evidence whatsoever that he landed and rolled?
And there was no evidence that he landed or rolled. Or no, rolled.
According to you, the evidence that you have in front of you is that you get hit, fly 30 feet, land where he ended up at his final rest, right?
Objection.
Sustained. Ask it differently.
Based on your expert opinion, you believe that he was projected through the air to his final rest place.
That's not what I was saying.
But you said there's no evidence that he rolled.
And there's no evidence that he flew through the air either.
Exactly. Right? Exactly.
Objection.
Sustained.
said on Friday that in your experience, people tend to lose objects that are not strapped to them. Is that right?
Yes.
In other words, get hit by something, car, truck, bus, whatever, train, and if you have something in your hand, boom, you lose it, you drop it. If it's not strapped to you, correct?
Correct.
How do you suppose that Mr. O'Keefe, in your opinion, held on to that glass cup that was found right next to him over the course of 30 feet being projected?
Objection.
I'll allow it. Do you have a theory on that?
I don't know. I mean, it just could have been with him the whole way. I don't know. I wasn't there, so I don't know how the glass stayed with his body and went with him to the final rest.
So I mean, it's just common sense. You have to believe that it was in his hand. He held on to it the entire time it was being projected 30 feet, right?
It's possibly, it could have been in his hand. It could have been tucked next to his clothing. Did
you say tucked into?
I mean, like, could have been next to his body. So when he projected, maybe the glass was with his body as it was also flying. So there's a number of reasons why the glass, because it also got projected with the body while he was holding it.
I thought you said on Friday, and you just agreed with me, that people drop things when they're hit.
Yes, bodies not everything it tends to fly off. I mean, some stuff flies off, some stuff will stay on.
I see.
It's not uncommon to find piece of clothing and stuff, that you find at the scene.
Piece of clothing?
Like clothing, like shoes, like shoes and stuff like that to come off the body during a pedestrian crash.
Well, that's not what I asked.
I know, I'm just saying, you asked me, you said what I'm just responding to what you said. And trying to make sure you understand what I'm saying.
No, I don't, but I'll
Okay.
ask another question. Shoes are strapped on, by definition, right?
Yes, but it's very common for shoes to come off.
How about a cell phone?
Cell phone, yeah. Yeah, it depends. Depends on where it is.
It was under his body.
Okay.
How do you account for that? He held onto a cell phone with one hand and held onto a cup with the other.
Objection.
Sustained. Ask it differently.
If the cell phone was found under his torso, under his body, what's your theory on how that cell phone ended up flying 30 feet with him?
It just did.
Just did. And somehow, as he landed, tucked that cell phone underneath his body so he landed on top of it.
It just did. That's the evidence at the scene. I didn't put the evidence there. So
Well, you didn't.
Objection.
All right, so jurors, I've told you before, lawyers cannot make comments, so disregard it. Mr. Jackson, don't do it
I
again.
understand. So in
You
one hand-
understand, but don't do it. Your answer is always, I understand. Don't do it.
Yes, you are. Cell phone in one hand, cup in the other hand, flew through the air, right?
Objection.
Sustained.
You were informed of this incident on January 29th, 2022 at about 2:30 in the afternoon. Is that right?
yes,
At the time, you were working out of the Cars facility, which is located on West Grove Street in Middleborough. Is that right?
yes,
By the way, that's a facility that has multiple garages. Sally ports, I don't know if they're called Sally ports, but garage bays, correct?
the mechanic shop are there.
The mechanic shop
Yes,
is, if you're going to review, for instance, for purposes of reconstruction, if you're going to review a vehicle, is the vehicle placed in those mechanics bays?
no, not there. That's for state police vehicles.
Okay, so where are the mechanics bays, sorry, reverse that. Where are the Sally ports where you would do your analysis, your reconstruction, your review of the vehicle, inspections, things of that nature?
We don't have Sally ports for that.
You don't have anything dedicated to that?
No, the only time we would use a Sally port is the crime scene would have some Sally ports that they would do to document their crime scene stuff. And I've gone there to do my inspections, but most of our inspections are done either at the tow yard or some type of facility for that.
Ultimately, was this SUV ever taken to the Middleborough facility?
Yes, it was.
Where was it placed?
There's a fenced-in area inside it's a fenced-in area
Is it outside or inside?
outside.
Okay. Did it remain outside in that fenced-in area the whole time?
I don't know the exact time. It was there for a while, then it got moved.
Where did it get moved to?
I'm not sure exactly where they moved it immediately after I left Middleborough.
Are you familiar with the Foxborough location at MSP?
Yes.
Does that have sally ports or bays for inspection and evaluation?
It has garages in it, but we wouldn't use them. We don't normally use those garages for inspections.
Is it possible to use those garages for inspections?
It is possible.
Okay. It's happened before, correct?
I've not used the inspection in the garages.
But it's,
I'm going to ask you to keep your voice up and
Sorry,
speak
yes.
slowly.
but you know that it could be used.
Sorry.
You know that those bays could be used for inspections or analysis or evaluation if needed, correct?
Yes.
All right. Given the fact that the SUV that was being seized on January 29th was being seized as potential evidence, best practices would suggest that you'd want to get it in and out of the bad weather, the inclement weather, as quickly as possible, correct? You wouldn't want to subject it to continued forces from nature like rain, wind, snow, sleet, hail, right?
That would be beneficial, yes.
All right. You're aware that the Foxborough location and the Middleborough location with the mechanics bays are all closer to Dighton than Canton, right?
Both Foxborough and
Foxborough and Middleborough are both closer to Dighton than Canton. In other words, you have to pass by, depending on which way you go, pass by Middleborough, pass by Foxborough to get to Canton.
so from where?
From Dighton, sorry.
So from Dighton.
Where the vehicle was seized in
Yeah.
Dighton, all going toward Canton, you pass by either Middleborough or Foxborough to get to Canton, correct?
I don't believe you'd pass by Middleborough to get to Canton, but you pass by Foxborough.
All right. The car was not taken to Foxborough, was it?
No.
As a matter of fact, the car was taken basically double the distance all the way to Canton to that sally port, correct?
Objection.
Do you know that? Is that double the distance?
I don't know the exact distance. I know it was in Canton.
And you know it's farther to Canton,
From Dighton, yes.
right? And you're also aware that because you've been to the scene, assuming, correct? The 34 Fairview,
Yes. Yes, I have.
and you've been to Canton PD.
Yes, I have.
You know that those two locations are about 3-4 minutes apart.
Yeah, I can say that.
When you started let me ask this a little bit different way. Before you began any review on this case, any physical review on this case or analysis on the case, you were told that there had been a crash, correct?
Yes.
You testified to that at the state court grand jury in this matter. Is that right? That you've been told in advance this was a vehicle pedestrian crash and you were asked to analyze it, right?
Yes.
You wrote in your report that it was a single vehicle collision involving a pedestrian and you were, quote, assigned to reconstruct that collision, correct?
Yes.
So when you began your analysis, Trooper Paul, you were told conclusively by the lead investigator, Michael Proctor, that the deceased was hit by a car and your job was to reconstruct it. Is that right?
Objection.
Okay, so there are lots of parts to that. Break it down.
Sure. Were you told by Michael Proctor to reconstruct this incident?
Objection.
So were you told that by Trooper Proctor?
I was not.
Okay, next question.
Sure. Who were you given your instructions by
Instructions for what?
to reconstruct this incident?
I wasn't given instructions to reconstruct it. It's just I was assigned to it.
Right.
That was requested. My assistance was requested to reconstruct it.
That's my question. Who assigned you to it?
I talked to my sergeant at the time who gave me the phone call.
And you were told some basics about that reconstruction, the event that you were asked to reconstruct, correct?
Yes.
The information that you were told came from the case officer. Is that right?
Who's the case officer?
The information that this was a pedestrian vehicle incident, as opposed to motor vehicle incident, pedestrian bicycle, motor vehicle motorcycle. You were told it was a motor vehicle pedestrian incident that you were asked to reconstruct, correct?
Yeah, I was told that, yes.
All right, and you had to be given some basic parameters of what that incident, how that incident occurred. The car was going in reverse, it's got a damaged taillight, things like that.
Some basic stuff, yeah.
What I'm asking is, I'm trying to get to is, who gave you that information? Where'd it come from?
That the car was traveling in reverse. Like, which part of the information? You asked me several different things just now.
Were you given information from multiple sources? Or did someone give you a summary of what you were being asked to do? At the very beginning,
Yep.
who gave you the summary?
Summary of the whole entire, of what?
Of the event that you were asked to reconstruct?
I was passed down when I got to the garage. That there was nobody that sat there and gave me the summary, like that I can remember. I was told that it was a pedestrian crash. I knew it was a Boston police officer involved. That this was the vehicle, and that it was traveling in reverse. That's all they had.
Okay. What I'm asking is, that's great. Thank you for the summary. Who gave you that summary?
I don't know if it was definitely anybody from the get-go that was like definitely say that was the person. There was multiple people going around when I got there. I think I talked to Trooper Zach Clark. He was doing the crime scene. I think he was Zach Clark. He was the crime scene photos at the time. I knew him from past crashes. He just said this is the vehicle, and I think he kind of gave me a little bit of a lowdown on what the vehicle was.
Okay.
So
My question is this. When you got that, did you call it a lowdown? He gave you the lowdown?
he gave me information, yes.
Right. When you got the lowdown, you were told Boston police officer was involved, the vehicle pedestrian incident, car was going in reverse, and ultimately led to the death of the pedestrian. Struck the pedestrian in reverse, correct?
Correct.
All right. And you were assigned specifically to try to reconstruct that incident.
Yes.
Have you ever heard of the phrase confirmation bias?
I know the phrase, yes.
You know what it means?
I can't definitely say what it means.
Developing a conclusion and then trying to find evidence to fit that conclusion. Does that sound right?
If you say so.
You noted in your direct examination that there were scratches on the passenger side rear bumper of the Lexus, correct?
Yes.
How exactly were you able to scientifically determine that any of those scratches were from an incident on January 29th, 2022, as opposed to any other time?
I didn't have anything else on the time. Is that those scratches happened prior to this collision.
I'm sorry.
I didn't have any information that those scratches were caused from a prior collision. And so when I looked at the evidence, I knew it was in that same area, the right rear tail light. So when I looked at it, it didn't quite fit the pedestrian thing. So when you showed me the video, or I saw the video like a year ago on Court TV, I said that could be.
You asked the question, so next,
I
keep
did.
going.
It's not responsive.
He's answering. Next
trying to-
question. Then
You asked
go
how I
ahead.
scientifically
Hold on.
thought the scratches were.
Hold on. Ask
Sorry.
a question, Mr. Jackson.
You know what normal wear and tear on a vehicle is, right?
Yes.
Bumpers get scratched myriad ways, correct?
Correct.
Get scratched in a grocery store parking lot, right?
Yes.
Shopping cart can bounce off the back of the car and scratch the bumper, scratch the side of the car, quarter panel or something, right?
Sure.
I mean, I don't want to go through it, but there's thousands and thousands and thousands of ways that a car can get a scratch, correct?
Correct.
My question is, as you sit here, do you have any scientific evidence that those scratches occurred on January 29th at approximately 12:45 a.m.?
What do you mean by scientific evidence?
Well, do you have any evidence whatsoever that you can point to that those scratches occurred on that date and at that time rather than any other time in the history of that vehicle?
Like I said earlier, the video seems to appear that's what it looks like that could have been from.
Well, you said on Friday, let's talk about those scratches for a second. Because
Yeah.
when you testified Friday, you were pretty clear. You said that, if I can find it exactly. I may have just a moment, Your Honor.
Sure.
You said, quote, "The dent and scratches for his hand could be, those are consistent with striking the Lexus." Remember saying that?
Yes, on the tailgate.
Okay, so the dent and scratches you talked about on Friday, you said were from his hand.
Yes, hand in the glass cup.
Okay. Then are those the same scratches you're talking about in terms of the bumper?
No.
So,
What are you talking about? The scratch inside the bumper that we've been talking about?
correct.
Okay,
That's what I'm
no.
asking about. Okay. Is there any way to scientifically date a scratch?
No.
If you go out in the parking lot right now, even as an accident reconstructionist, if you walk out in the parking lot right now and look at a Toyota Camry sitting there, it's got a scratch on it. There's no analysis that you could engage in to date that scratch, could you?
Objection.
So you can ask it differently, Mr. Jackson.
Is there any way that you could, in general, look at a scratch and say, that scratch is from such and such date?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
Nothing more.
I'll allow it.
You cannot say. You can. I mean, you can look at evidence and shows that it may have been older than what the newer evidence would be, but there's no way to say that specific date and time and that a scratch would came from.
Right. And it's possible that any or all of those scratches on the Lexus could have predated January 29th, correct?
No,
That's not possible.
the ones that are on from the taillight and the other parts of it
Scratches anywhere on the car?
depends on what you got to pick the other scratches. You got to show me other scratches on the car.
I'm saying it's possible, since you can't date a scratch, it's possible that any or all of those scratches could predate January 29th. It's a simple question, right? It's possible.
You're being pretty broad on your scratches here.
I'm not being brought. Let me ask it a different way. Let me ask it again. Is it possible that any or all of the scratches that were noted on that car predate January 29th?
Any and all of the scratches? See, that's what I'm saying. You're being pretty broad. Any and all scratches on the car
Answer that question. If
that it
it's possible.
predate.
Objection.
I don't know every single scratch on that car. I could mean
Overruled. So can you answer that question?
no.
You testified that you noted glass on the rear bumper of the SUV, correct?
Yes.
And you said something about that glass coming from the cup.
Correct.
You also said that you did not see anything on that SUV that could be the source of those glass pieces on the bumper, right?
Yes.
When you did your reconstruction and your analysis, were you informed that none of the glass pieces, not one of them, could be matched to the cup?
I don't know anything about that. I don't know that.
So if you knew that the glass pieces on the bumper do not match the cup, does that change your opinion
Objection.
about that glass?
Can you answer that question?
I cannot.
You can't answer the question.
It's what was told to me as evidence
Got it. By whom?
by the crime scene.
Who told you?
As crime scene that was there, it says it's glass from the cup. When I did my initial inspection, that's what it was on from.
That's not what you just said. You said that's what was told to me.
Yeah, by crime. No, yeah, I continue. By crime scene. While I was at my inspection,
Wait, what?
it was told to me by the crime scene when I was at my inspection, at the initial inspection.
So what you meant by that's what was told to me is the crime scene talked to you.
Yes.
Crime scene say anything else?
I don't know what else you want me to say.
Proctor tell you that those pieces of glass on the bumper are somehow associated with the cup?
No.
Just the crime scene told you.
Correct.
But if you knew that the crime scene was incorrect, and in fact those glass pieces don't match the cup, would that change your opinion?
Objection.
Sustained.
Would it change your opinion in any way if you knew that the glass pieces do not match the cup?
Objection.
I'll allow that. Can you answer that question?
No.
I'm sorry. No, you
I don't. It's a glass from a cup. It's a glass. It's not. It doesn't belong to the vehicle.
Right.
It's glass.
But if I told you it didn't match that cup,
What?
would that change your opinion?
Objection.
Does that change your opinion?
Are we talking? Which cup are we? We never established which cup we're talking about.
How many cups have we been talking about, Trooper?
You said that cup. One at the, from the scene. Okay.
That cup? I'm talking
I just want to make sure that we're on the clear path here. On the clear what we're talking about.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Be really sure.
All I said,
It was
it's
found next to John O'Keefe's body in the snow at 34 Fairview on January 29, 2022. You got the cup in mind?
yes.
Okay. That's the cup. When I say cup, that's the cup.
Okay.
Would it change your opinion if I told you that the glass pieces on the bumper don't match that cup?
What's my opinion on it? All I said was glass from a cup. That's the only opinion I have. It's glass from a cup that was on a bumper.
Are you saying a cup?
A cup. A cup. It's not glass from the car. That was my opinion on it. I never said it matched to the scene.
You didn't.
I never said that. My thing. I said it's glass from a cup.
Okay. It's safe to say you didn't do any testing to determine the forces necessary to shatter a taillight on a 2021 Lexus 570, correct?
I did not do testing.
Your report indicates, we talked about this a little bit, I'm going to go back to something we talked about earlier this morning. Your report indicates that John O'Keefe came to his final resting place about 7 feet from the roadway, and that's what you based your diagram on, correct?
Yes.
Who told you that number?
I measured it from my diagram.
You should say that again?
I measured it from the diagram.
Okay, what I'm asking is how did it get on the diagram? In other words, who
Oh.
told you that his body was 7 feet from the roadway?
Well, wait. I was told by Lieutenant, was it Gallagher, Paul Gallagher, Captain PT. He told me this is where the body was found.
Was a lie. All right. The closest that I have, and I'll include this, is her email to me as the next court's exhibit. Question: do you recall telling Detective Dennis and Gaither that I wouldn't want anybody around me but Little D? Answer: I probably said that because I was trying to run a play on them, but I don't remember what was said. Question: back in. Anytime they question me, like I said, you keep asking me about what I supposed to have told them. Anytime they question me, I said whatever came to mind or whatever I thought of in that split second. So I don't know what I said to them. Question: do you recall telling Detective Gaither and Dennis, quotation mark, I really must have my trust in him, close quotation mark, speaking about Little D? Answer: you said I really had my trust in him? Question: yes, yeah. Answer: no, man, go ahead. Question: and that Little D ain't never going to turn his back on me? Answer: I told you I was trying to tell them whatever they would have went for because yeah. Question: you recall telling detectives in those interviews that you're just trying to get out of jail, so I'm going to tell you all what happened so you can check it and I can get out of jail? Answer: yeah. I told the investigators what I remember. I think in one of the interviews, they was locking me up and my child's birthday was coming. And when they got me, I said, listen, man, whatever you all want me to say, I will tell you right now. Just tell me what to say and I'll say it. Tell me what you all want to know and I will tell you. So if they would have asked me about President Trump, I would have told a story about Trump. If they would have asked me about you, I would have had a story about you. Whatever to convince them that I ain't doing nothing, it wasn't me that's what my intention was. So when you're asking me about interviews, I keep telling you, you keep asking me step by step, by step, by step, by step, by step, by step, by step. This is what I did. When they got me on this day, I was going to jail. I tried to come up with something to tell them. That's why I can't tell you what I said. I was making it up. State, unless you've got something more specific, it looks like from looking at 607, it allows for the admission of intrinsic evidence to impeach specific errors or falsehoods in the witness's testimony on direct examination. So it's more so, they give the case of United States versus, this is in Carlson, Antonius, and that's Antonokeas. And this particular accused was charged with illegal narcotics offenses, and when he testified, he made sweeping statements about disavowing any involvement with drugs. So the government provided testimony that from somebody that had sold him cocaine on or they asked him about it. Sold him cocaine on 2 occasions. So if you open the door, I don't think, which is what I think you're trying to tell the court, but I don't think it's quite broad enough. I haven't found anything in the transcript that indicates that what you said, everything I said was a lie. That's broad and would probably open that up, but I haven't found anything. I think you're going to have to probably pare down your examination or rethink what you want to do in terms of 607.
But Your Honor, when he says in court, I was making it all up, that is
Says I was making it up.
I was making it up, meaning everything that he told law enforcement back then in order to get out of whatever he was doing, I was making it up. We don't believe he was making it up. We believe that he was being truthful in those interviews. And so when he comes in court and says, I was making it up, meaning I was saying anything in that interview room in order to get out of custody or to get out of that interview, then everything I'm saying isn't true. Because that's what he's saying. I was making it up. That's what he told this jury, that everything I said back in 2015, I was making it up.
Let me read the last sentence, 2 sentences again. Okay, let me just kind of think about it. So when you're asking me about interviews, and I keep telling you, you keep asking me step, and there's like 7 by steps. It's by step, by step, by step, by step, by step, by step, by step. This is what I did. When they got me on this day, I was going to jail. I tried to come up with something to tell them. That's why I can't tell you what I said. I was making it up.
Right. And so we don't believe he was just making it up. We believe that's what he's telling this jury. And so the jurors can see his demeanor in all of the interviews. They can assess whether or not they think he was making it up or not. But at this juncture, what he's saying is anything I told the police back in 2015, I was just saying it. I was making it up. And at this point, the jurors can either believe right now what he's saying, or they can look at what he told detectives back in 2015, how he said it to detectives in 2015, who all was in the room with him in 2015, and make a determination, is what he's saying in court contradicted by what we see in these prior interviews with him. So That is the contradiction, Your Honor. I was making it up is a complete contradiction to what he was doing in those interviews in 2015. So that is, maybe he didn't say I lied, but he said I was making it up. That is, I wasn't telling the truth. Now the jurors can look at interviews to determine whether or not they believe, was he making it up just to get out of trouble, or was he being truthful in 2015 when he made those statements to law enforcement, Your Honor?
All right. Mr. Sharp or Mr. Bless you,
God bless
Mr.
you.
Weinstein. Mr. Sharp or Mr. Steele, gentlemen.
Oh, and additionally, Your Honor, I believe he said, and I would think we had to look at the January 11th interview. When we questioned him about January 11th, he said, and I'm looking at notes, but we would ask the court reporter to confirm. I don't remember anything that I told Detective Thorpe at all. And so again, we believe that he's being contradicted about what he's saying in court versus what he said in 2015.
Okay. Ms. Sharp.
I think you have it exactly right, Judge. These rules are not so broad as to just allow hours-long statements in based on specific denials. The idea that I think you also should consider is within your purview to consider the gamesmanship.
I'm going to stop you there. I don't think that anybody's playing and running games in terms of that.
Well, I think
I respectfully disagree with you about that. Okay?
So you don't think that they specifically chose not to show this gentleman his videos so he would not recall things when asked about 10-year-old statements?
I don't think that any self-righteous advocate worth their salt is not going to prepare a witness. I don't believe you would do that. I don't believe anybody would do that.
Why hasn't he seen the videos then?
I don't know, sir. I don't.
Okay.
I don't. And I don't know what their prep entails. But again, we're not going into, ad hominem attacks against anybody, okay?
It's not an attack. I just think it was strategy. And they shouldn't benefit from the strategy. I'm not making a personal attack. I mean,
but there are pros and cons about how witnesses are prepped. So, I certainly,
right.
I certainly think that is something that, has to be taken into account depending upon the witness and depending upon the circumstances. So,
but they're trying to say just because he doesn't remember, recall, or denies specific parts, somehow this opens up the entire statement based on, well, the jurors should get to see his demeanor. And again, they can see his demeanor on the specific part that is being impeached.
But I'm concerned about this last couple statements because he says when you're asking me about interviews, that's broad. He's saying in these interviews that I have been undergoing, I keep telling you, you keep asking me step by step by step by step by step, this is what I did. So when they got me this day, I was going to jail. I tried to come up with something to tell them. That's why I can't tell you what I said. I was making it up.
In my observations, he's frustrated because he doesn't understand the rules of evidence. He doesn't understand that the state was trying to lay a foundation for prior inconsistent statements. But just because he's frustrated and doesn't answer the question, and it quite honestly is non-responsive, that doesn't mean the foundation was laid. They still have to lay the foundation.
The impeachment and or the prior inconsistent statement is a collateral consequence of what the witness testifies to. If the witness gives pretty straightforward testimony, then there's no need to go into any of the other things about in prior inconsistent statements or impeachment by contradiction. It doesn't come into play because there won't be anything for them to kind of bring out. So it depends on the testimony of the witness as to whether or not we even broach the subjects of impeachment or by any means or method.
And what I think maybe the advocates aren't doing the best job conveying to Your Honor. The first two statements are pretty straightforward, okay? But as we move on, these statements are very wide.
Are you talking about the statements on January the 11th and February 20th?
they're pretty straightforward and pretty fairly compartmentalized about what they talk about. I'm going to use June 10th as an example because, I mean, this is going to come up again and
Okay,
again.
but I don't want to talk about June 10th.
Well, I don't want to set a precedent
we haven't kind of covered that. I have a jury that's sitting out here. I want to kind of see if I can go forward with that.
Okay, well-
So that's my intent at this point in time, is to see whether or not I can make an agreement, or not make an agreement, but I can make a decision as to whether I'm going to allow the state to play these two interviews.
Okay, well, I'm just trying to make it clear to Your Honor.
We can go into argument about that, because even the state has told me that we probably will need to have some discussion about that.
I don't,
okay?
Your Honor's going to rule. I agreed with Your Honor's analysis initially. Your Honor's going to rule how Your Honor rules. I just want to be clear that all of these statements are not the same, and any decisions made about the first statements should not be
I'm just
considered
talking about the
precedent.
first two
I got
right
you.
now. Okay, so
So
whether or
I'm
not
going to
they
stand
fall-
by my objection on hearsay grounds.
Sure.
And I think I speak for all my co-counsel or co-defendant counsel regarding that. And Your Honor will just, it's a call that you're going to make, and we're going to have to deal with it. But that's our stance.
Mr. Steele, anything else, sir? Okay, all right.
And we agree, Your Honor.
Anyone else? Mr. Harvey? Yeah.
I, at this point, renew my motion for severance and for a 105 instruction. None of this relates to Mr. Nichols.
Okay.
So I know you gave me a continuing objection. I want to renew it every now and then. When
Sure.
we get into a position where there is a great deal of evidence that's coming in, none of which impacts Mr. Nichols.
All right, sir. So noted. Your motion for severance and your 105 request for a 105 instruction. I'm still going to deny it. I'll give you a continuing objection. All right. State, were you going to say something else, madam?
We agree as to the February 28th, January 28th, February 21st, and June 10th. We will probably need to have some litigation. That's why the state just solely wanted to focus on first, January 11th, and February 20th.
All right. Does the state have any case law you'd like me to rely upon? Either and defendants, defense counsel as well. Is there any case law you'd like me to look at?
Again, we're solely reading from, at this juncture, but I can pull case law as well, from Carlton when we're speaking of 24-6-607, again, referencing page 265 of the 8th edition. Oh, I'm sorry. However, the state will pull case law directly on point with this assertion, Your Honor.
Here's the challenge that I'm kind of coming into. It's 607 allows for the admission of to impeach specific errors or falsehoods in a witness's testimony. So it's not really broad. It's kind of
Right, and so we're looking.
It's focused. Okay, so.
And we're looking at that in conjunction with 24-6-621, which is impeachment by contradiction, Your Honor.
All right.
And what 24-6-621 states is a witness may be impeached by disproving the facts testified to by the witness. So when he says in court, I was just making it up, we believe that we can now show this interview, these two interviews specifically, that he's not just making it up, anything that he says. We talked specifically in the February 20th interview about snitching. And he says, you know, Tay's not the one who shot me. Matter of fact, he emphatically says, I know right now, I think he may have sworn his daughter's life that Tay did not shoot him. However, in the February 20th interview, he tells his girlfriend in a private conversation, well, not private, but in a conversation between the two of them, I know who shot at me. It was Tay. And so we questioned him about that instance as well, in conjunction with what happened with him, his daughter, and his child's mother. So again, both the January 11th interview as well as the February 20th interview is a complete contradiction to what he has said on this stand last week, Your Honor.
Excuse me. All right. Based upon OCGA 24-607 and 24-621 and the court's review of the witnesses, Mr. Copeland's testimony thus far, I'm going to allow the state over objection to play the interviews on January the 11th of 2015 and February the 20th of 2015. I will give all defendants a continuing objection as relates to those two interviews. Those are the only two we'll take up at this point in time, and then, as we mentioned, we'll take up the other ones a little bit later. Okay?
Yeah, I do have a case for the record.
Before they testify. All right.
The case is going to be United States versus Carthen, Carthen, 906.
Is it an 11th Circuit case?
Yes, Your Honor.
Come on. Can you spell that again?
Yes, United States versus Carthen, Carthen.
C-A-R-T-H?
Carthen.
This says it decided January of 2013?
2018.
2018. All right. You need to give me the citation. Go ahead.
Sure. 906.
Hold on. Go ahead.
Federal Third, 1315. God bless you. And has impeachment by contradiction occurs when a party offers evidence to prove that a fact to which a witness testified is not true.
Where in Carthen are you directing me to? Madam? (906) F 1315. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, and let me see. Because I quoted it across, but let me find it exactly. Oh, you're right. I think that's in the concurrence.
By Judge Pryor. Okay, 608 won't get you there. You're saying it's 621?
Yes, 621.
Yeah, because a majority of circuits, I believe under.
We're on rule line 621.
All right. Okay. The court is still of the opinion that those two statements on January 11th and February 20th of 2015 can be played for impeachment by contradiction. All right. Bless you, Mr. Weinstein. When's your replacement coming? Not soon enough, sir. Not soon enough? Okay, all right. Hang in there, all right? Okay, all right. Sergeant Brown, summon our jurors, please. Have you already gone to get Mr. Copeland? Okay.
I'm tired.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. All right, thank you, Sergeant Brown. Members of the jury, good morning. Good morning. All right, we've had some business we need to take up, so appreciate you being patient with us with the delay. Mr. Copeland, good morning, sir.
Good morning.
All right, sir, you're still under oath. All right, Ms. Hilton, you may proceed when ready.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Copeland.
Good morning.
You have permission to approach?
No. She was asking me that, Mr. Copeland, okay? All right.
Okay.
Counselors, you want to take a look at what Counselor for the State is going to show you?
You have permission to approach?
You may, ma'am.
Mr. Copeland, I'm showing you what's been marked as 378 Yankee Alpha Uno and Yankee Alpha Uno. Can you please look at both of those? Looking at 378 Yankee Alpha 1, do you see yourself in this image?
Yes.
All right. And as we talked about last week, you recall going into an interview at the Atlanta Police Department the night that Nut died.
I don't recall.
Looking at this interview, you see the dates of January 11, 2000 and 2015 on this.
Yes.
You're right. This time the state would like to attend the 378 Yankee Alpha and Yankee Alpha Uno into evidence.
Yankee Alpha and Yankee Alpha 1.
Yes, Your Honor.
Any further objection to states 378 Yankee Alpha or Yankee Alpha 1, other than hasn't been stated already? All right. It's admitted.
It's already right there.
I'm sorry? It's admitted and may be published as you see fit.
Thank you, Your Honor. And Your Honor, we're going to fast forward to 2:59:18 when the interview begins.
Okay.
Or we'll start at 2:58:34.
I got to put them on there.
Sure. Yes. Madam, you're playing just for the record, you're playing what?
Well, we start at 2:58:30.
Of which exhibit?
This is 398 Yankee Alpha. 378 Yankee.
Do I need to listen to this?
Can you hear it?
I know you. I know you're old child. Because a little bit. What I'm supposed to do?
If you talk to me ways how you get my attention.
That's my attitude. Okay, when you're gonna talk, then I'm gonna talk to his family. Okay? I'm gonna let his family put it out. But please take it one thing at a time. Okay, Ken? One thing at a time. Alright? I know, man, it's frustrating. He's not gonna stop. Okay? The brother don't, you know, cause I don't know what I did to this man, bro. He won't leave. I've been face to face with him, bro. I shook his hand like he's over it, bro. He's not beast no more, bro. You feel what I'm saying? Because that's why we gonna sit down and you gonna tell me what's going on between you and him. And then we'll go from there. Okay? What's gonna happen after the date, though? What you mean? When I get here, okay? I'm gonna take care of that for you. Like I said, get the family, his family, to tell them to leave you alone. If they ain't got no proof showing that you did anything, they need to leave you the fuck alone. Yes or no? Yes. Okay. All right. January 10th, 2015. Time is approximately 0300 hours at 3 o'clock a.m. I'm here with Mr. Kenneth Copeland.
Yes.
And Mr. Copeland, can you give me your date of birth, sir?
July 25th, 1991.
July 25th, 1991?
Yes.
Okay. You got a middle name, Mr. Copeland?
Xavier.
Xavier. This is a reference to the homicide investigation of a victim named Donovan Thomas. It happened at 330 McDaniel Street, Southwest, City of Atlanta, Fulton County, State of Georgia, on January 9th, 2015, with another police case number 1502106. When you're ready, Mr. Copeland, tell me exactly what you know dealing with this situation.
Like now,
No, everything. Tell me everything. What made you want to pull you into this situation to happen? Okay.
me and the Kale. You know what I'm saying? Me and him, we had a problem in the club.
Is that him?
No, this nut.
Okay.
Kale, they say this the little brother, but I thought he was just saying it, but they say they real brothers.
Kale.
K-E-L.
K-E-L. Kale. Okay. Okay. Go ahead. Little brother of Nut.
Yes.
Who you identified from a picture, which is Donovan Thomas.
Yes.
Okay. Go ahead.
Me and him got into it in the club push.
What day was that?
It's just like it was like it's a lot.
Okay.
So,
But 2 months, 3 months, a year?
how about? Yeah, about I'm saying no longer than 4 months.
4 months. So every time y'all be at Club Crucial, y'all see each other, y'all get into it.
We don't even fight, we don't do none of that. The only time I fight was the last time.
Okay, but what was that?
Monday they just passed.
Monday? Okay, go ahead.
So, all the time we get into that club, it don't mean that. They shoot birds at us, we shoot back at them. You know what I'm saying? All of a sudden, we go outside. So we're going to do that, then we're about to fight, we're about to do that. You know what I'm saying? Everybody just go outside. We leave. This every time we got to the club. But last Monday, we in the club. But this case came in, it was Monday. I think it was Sunday before the Monday. But if it wasn't that Sunday, it was the Sunday before that week. Me and Kel, I seen Kel outside. So I'm like, hey Kel, let me holler at you. So as me and Kel standing right there, we talking. We talking about everything we got against each other. So as we talk, we like, it's over with. They challenging cover me. So we like, it's over with, we ain't beefing no more. So Kel like, all right, but he want to talk to Thug and see what Thug has to do with it. So like, man, Thug ain't standing jump up, you know what I'm saying? He ain't into this. So he like, how you want to talk? So him and Thug talk. Whatever said with that, I don't know. Next thing you know, Monday come, I'm in Kush. As I go to Kush, I pull out my money. I'm on stage, I'm flashing my money to all the girls standing around. I'm flashing money. So I get on the stage, I'm flashing money. Kel, and this whole walk up on me. So I look at him, he's like, what's up, bro? I'm like, what's going on? Yeah. And he ain't saying that. So he just looked at me. So I'm still flashing money. I'm laughing, I'm playing with everybody. So he's like, hey, what's up? I'm like, what's up, bro? He's like, Thug still want me to pay for the window. Like, I guess so, bro. But he in the club. Like, go talk to him. You know what I'm saying? So Kel, like, he took his necklace. He put his necklace inside. So I look at him. I put money in my pocket. So when I put money in my pocket, I walk out. You know what I mean? I walk over here. I look at him. So he turned around. He tells somebody something in the ear. So I walk towards the kitchen. When I walk towards the kitchen, all of them walks behind me. I was by myself.
the kitchen. I seen everybody walk behind. I tried to turn around and go back to the stage. Tail punched me in the back of the head. So he punched me in the back of the head. They pushed me to the ground. He tried to go in my pocket and get my money. But as I hold on to my money, the other guy punched me all in the face. But I didn't care. I was holding on to the money. So as they punched me, I get out of it. I run. So they say everybody, some more guys, they knew me. They can't help. So they fight. We goes out the club. We got outside the club. Blood J like, I'm like, Blood J like, what's up? I'm like, bro, how did they jump on me like that, bro? I try to take my money. So DJ? Yeah. The rap DJ? The rap. So I'm like, y'all, so Blood J like, ain't got nothing to do with it. You know what I'm saying? So, one of my buddies had fought Blood J. So after they fought Blood J, we leave the club. Then they have what day is today? Saturday. Yesterday, Friday. They have a meeting. The meeting, like it was a blood meeting, and the meeting was about me and Thug. You and Thug. Me and Young Thug. But the whole time, I'm telling them like, what Thug got to do with this, bro? Young Thug with his dog. Young Thug, the rapper. I'm like, what he got to do with this? You know what I'm saying? So I'm talking to him. Like, he with you. I'm like, bro, it ain't no beef, bro. Like, I ain't studying y'all niggas. Y'all you know, don't pay me no attention. I don't pay y'all no attention. No, I listen, man. But there was a guy that was at me. Said that the guy down the road, Mo, he's supposed to say, kill me and Young Thug. So I asked, I got 10 minutes on my phone. I text my phone like, I ain't, bro. Y'all gonna kill me and Thug? And I put a left face like, ha ha ha. And he like, bro, what you talking about? Like, ain't that like they been said? So another guy talking like, ain't that like they said? I'm like, okay, they just lying. He like, yeah. So next thing you know, okay, after that, he said, so my other buddy like, man, they really on something like, they didn't let it. It ain't no more beef. They gonna try to get some money. I'm like, bro, look, bro, I talked to Kill, bro. I talked to him one time, I talked to him again. I ain't stand with Jeffery, so they ain't take the money, they don't mean that. So he like, alright, I'm gonna try to get it over him. Then he like, so I don't want to talk. I'm like, but it ain't about me, so I'm still telling like, what's up? Why you got against me? What have I done to him? I ain't never talked to none of the girlfriend. I never did nothing to them, man. Why you get me? And you know, it's a gambling house. I used to be it. And we used to gamble now. It's over there in Lakewood. They go to stand on top of the roof and shoot inside. So they stand on the roof shooting inside the building. And then they leave. So they tell everybody the cartel or whatever. I'm like, what? You know what I'm saying? So because that's what we know, I go gamble right there. So next thing up, nobody seen that, nobody seen that. So the day I been in the house sleeping now last night. It's like 5 to 6 o'clock in the morning. I was with Doug, we was at DJ Drum Studio. He was doing the song. So we left the studio. I went to my girl. Yesterday Saturday, I was a DJ. The day Saturday, like the sun just went out on Saturday. The day Sunday, right? Yeah, the day Sunday. Friday, like late, like okay, Saturday morning. I went to my girl's house. It was like 5, 6 o'clock. I was tired, so I went down. Me and her was there, laying up. So I stayed there. I was asleep. Honestly, God, I was asleep the whole time. So she could go meet her dad and go. He gave her a car. She go to the mom or something. I stayed there the whole time. I didn't go nowhere. I sleep. I wake up. I look. She still ain't got that. I called. That's what she had. She somewhere with her dad and well. I like, dang, you must have got out here. You know what I'm saying? Like, you forgot I was here. And she like, nah, you sleep, this and that. She like, but where you at? I'm still right there. So my brother called me. So he like, you want to come? I like, yeah, bro. He like, well, yeah, I told him I was at Deshaun house. So he like, okay, I'll be around. So I called Deshaun back like, what you do? So she like, how you gonna lock the door? So I like, I just jump over the balcony and you just lock the balcony when you come to the house. So she like, okay, but it was somebody that stayed in the room right there where she stayed. When I jumped the balcony, he was walking down the steps, so he seen me jump the balcony. You know what I'm saying? So I got to call my brother. I went to his house and changed clothes. You know what I'm saying? So I went to change clothes. Take over to your brother's house? Yes. I changed clothes at his house. But what time was that? It's like It was like the beginning of 7 o'clock. The clothes I had on to now, 5 months low. I got the car. I had rolled to Canterville. The girl said, gave me this. The girl Moochie. She gave me this and some peroxide. I put it on my mouth, and then I went to the green store. I stopped outside like 5 to 10 minutes. I was on the Rick. I got in town to Rick. I had called D. Like, what you get? So he's like, you on Cleveland. I'm like, I'm finna pull up. So I ride on Cleveland. When I get right up by McDonald's on Cleveland, D like, but he said, nothing, they got killed, bro. I for real, bro. But I really didn't think you just talk. Like, for real, bro. Like, yeah, so I'm like, dang. So I like, what happened? He like, well, he just called and said. So I'm like, damn, bro, you gonna say I did this first time? I'm like, damn, you gonna say I did, bro. He like, shit. Before no, you ain't do it. So I'm like, shit, who is he? He like, he don't know. You know what I'm saying? So I'm like, all right. So as I leave there, Motu comes like, well, you know, they talked to me and him, shot nut, Motu. They like, they said me and him did. You got known for Motu? Yeah, Moonk. T-N-O-O-K, I think. So he was like, they said phone number for him. So were you in here riding around earlier today? Nah, I didn't come out till like, I'm gonna say, I came out here at 7, don't put it that way. I came out here at 7 o'clock. Okay. Now, when he FaceTimed me, he told me, so I'm like, damn, man, they said me and him did. Yeah. So first time I come up like this, bro. They said I did it, bro. I need to go out to the headquarters or something. Like, nah, we don't never call you. Now, I told everybody I didn't have anything to do with it, so I called. I was trying to get best advice I can. And they know they was like, I called my girl mama. I was talking to her before they shot her house up. And I was talking on the phone. Don't be getting on right now. 404.
Yeah.
So the number is not broadcast, and I'm going to move it to 31258.
All right.
Oh, y'all still going?
And we're going to start at 31259.
Who dropped you off? Yes, Motu. Yeah, that's the one who dropped you off to come talk to me? Yeah. Blue, it's blue or the gray. It's a Malibu, the new
What the fee? Court's indulged. I'm waiting for it to feed through Zoom, Your Honor. I'm waiting for it to feed through Zoom and get larger.
Blue or gray? Which color is it? It look like it like a light gray. I mean, like a light. It's a color like probably like gray blue. Like gray. It's a Malibu. It's an Impala, the new kind. Is it Impala or Malibu? It might be an Impala. It's the newest 2015. It's a rental car. Okay. So he like they contact me, I'm dead. So I'm telling him like, first I'm gonna go down here. You know what I'm saying? I'm telling him like, he gonna wait on y'all to call him. I'm like, man, you tripping, bro, you can call now. You know what I'm saying? He's like, man. So what I did was, I kept asking. I still got messages in my phone, I can show you. I was asking everybody like, should I go down there, bro? Cause I didn't do it. They come scan me, they do everything, I didn't do it. They check my phone records, my folks call me, show you where I was, show you every car. That I talked first, they show you where I was now. I didn't do it. I never had a problem with nothing. Me and nothing ain't never had two words to each other. Me and that was always okay. You know what I'm saying? The only person I had a problem with was Kev. I don't really be with him. When we see each other, they jump me up. When they be with him, they don't jump me up. Boy, every time, but me and him, we just look at each other. But the last time, we just jacking each other up. You know what I'm saying? I'm like, bro, what's up, bro? Like, let it go. You got him. It ain't no beef. Do what he tell me. But y'all jump on me and take the money, try to take the money from me, but I ain't let the money go. But the club on Derek, he seen it on the video. He see I ain't do nothing. I ain't starting. He seen me walk my club flashing money. He seen that. I talked to him. You know what I'm saying? I don't know what's going on with Kid, man. Like, when this night, I already told him, girl, I'm like, you need to call the police and have them meet you. Go to your house, cause my man was talking to you like he know where she stayed. You know what I'm saying? Like, brother, tripping, brother. You know what I'm saying? Cause me and him being on each other. You know what I'm saying? But he don't join this game. And now he just think he big bad wolf. But the whole time I'm telling him like, bro, it ain't even that serious, bro. Which game is Cam join? 9 Deuce, Inglewood, ABG. That's Bloody J's group, ain't it? Did you know Gangster? You know Gangster? You know. Oh, you said, is he a gangster? No, I said, do you know his partner, Gangster? Oh, no. Bloody J Gangster. I think they said Bloody J Clay County. Short, stocky, mustache, beard. Yeah. But the whole time they telling like, even when they did that, I wanted to call his phone, but I called Bloody J's phone, but he got his phone cut off. Like he didn't turn it off. Hey, I was trying to tell him, but I didn't do it, bro. Yeah, but he got his off. That's okay. I'm like, him, bro, but he ain't answer. I think kind of the other person I know about, like, man, ain't no use, bro. They already shot my house, bro. They know where they know my sister house. She ain't answer the phone now, trying to tell her to get out. She ain't answer. They know my sister stay. Like, I was cool with them at first. When Thor blowed up, Thor started letting me hang and put me out in his songs and videos. It just seemed like they got jealous, man. Honestly, bro, I never did nothing to kill, bro. I never, bro. I ain't lying, none of that.
I'm going to pause again, Your Honor, during this portion where the phone number is being read. And for the record, we stopped at 3:17:11, and we're going to fast forward to 3:17:20.
Say it again. Yeah. Oh.
You reached out to your brother earlier Saturday about you need to get out the house or get in his car or whatever. Okay. And y'all pretty much didn't catch up until around 7. You and your brother didn't catch up till around 7, right? Your brother gave you keys to the car.
Yeah. Okay, I was in the house.
Okay.
I called Deshaun.
Your girlfriend's house? Or
Yeah, I was at Deshaun's house. Man, like, we stayed together until she put me up
on Marbury Avenue.
Come on, yeah.
Come on, yeah.
So when I woke up, I see she went back and it was dark. I called her like, I say what time I called. I called her. She like, oh, this and that. I'm like, man, you must have got upstairs.
Mm-hmm. And she left because her dad was going to get her a car, right?
Yeah, she left early. Let me tell you exactly what time I called, right?
Who's Walter Maddox?
I called her at 6:20.
You called her at 6:20?
Yep. That's the first time I called her. It was 6:20. And then after I called her, I called my brother and it was at 6:28. No, my brother called me at 6:28. And come and call.
Who's Walter Lee Maddox?
Who?
Who's Walter Maddox?
No
Y'all-
anything?
Did y'all ever rent or own an Infinity?
Infinity.
Y'all ever rent one of those cars before? Have you ever been stopped in an Infinity before?
Have I?
Yeah. Had an accident in an Infinity?
No.
The maximum?
Have I ever had a cover again? No.
Okay.
Let me think. Did you?
Anytime.
I had coverage in the Pontiac. That was a couple years ago. I ain't had no coverage. I ain't had no red sleep. I ain't have none of it.
What kind of car your brother drive?
Who was that in there? A white Dodge Charge. That's the car he gave me.
Your brother got 2 cars?
Nah, he girl got a car in the car. He got the Dodge Charge.
Okay.
And she got the little ugly little Malibu. Like a 19 something.
2014 Dodge Charger?
Yeah.
White?
Yeah.
Who drives the Nissan?
A Nissan?
Mm-hmm.
What color?
What color is it? Gray.
How about that on Nissan?
Okay. Y'all ever had a Infinity Gray? A gray Infinity Q45 before?
A truck?
No.
A car?
Yeah.
Not that I know of.
Okay. I asked your brother, maybe his car. Or maybe a car he had rented or something like that. That's cool. That's cool.
I would say I ain't no great Infinity. I don't know about it.
So, you never had a problem with that?
Never in life.
Okay.
Never cool.
Okay. But you just had a problem with your brother Kale.
Yes.
Describe Kale to me.
Show you a picture.
Is he tall?
Nope, he about this, like, kind of started.
Okay. Let me see a picture. You got one. You said it was Montauk that dropped you off?
Yeah.
What kind of car Montauk dropped you off?
And Paulo. It's a silver color.
Grayish blue.
This the Camaro right there. This the way it was out at night.
Yeah. Who car is that?
I think these might be his cars.
Okay, who's
And
that?
like,
And who's that? Who's that?
his name is Dave. He be with nothing yet.
Okay. So, Lil Dave know where your girl mom lives.
Like she stays in the neighborhood. They from somewhere. She stays in the neighborhood.
Okay.
It look like he took care of his page. I know somebody else who got him on there. What his name is? What his name is? Oh, Pluto. ABG Pluto. Seen a video right here, but it's a video on Blood J page, but it keeps stopping. I'm gonna take a picture. I'm gonna go to his H1B. See. They hit page right there. Hit private.
Okay. Can you describe what I say right there?
It ain't gonna
Okay. Why you doing that describe, Caleb?
I'm going to that page. This first page we got clicked right now. I'm going on his page and cause you all follow this right? He got a picture I just seen.
Go back.
He went there. But he had no tattoos on his face, man. He about to do something. He about my color. Kind of stuff. And he always wear a BG hoodie. And if it's like people around here, be standing like this. This how it be, but ain't gonna have a BG hood on. Like the whole lot of nigga with.
Okay, his name is Cal. Is it Calvin?
Care, like, I don't know his real name, but he kind of said Shell Care. So, you know, it's Care, K-E-L.
Okay. See you pop real quick.
Nah, it ain't gonna cut on off his little charge, man. Yeah, just put on charge till about 5 minutes, come back on.
We have charge these. Let's see, we got all the office, okay? All right. So this all stems from you thinking they think you did it because you got to fight with Cal Monday.
Honestly, I get blamed for everything that happened. Like, my name come up in everything. Everything, like, even my first time name ever come up in murder, so I didn't know what to do. You know,
So you and Moto, y'all wasn't together until later on today.
no, we didn't get together. So I called him to him. Most of the person told me this. And then he was like, so I called for advice, like, hey, bro, what should I do, bro? Like, cause I asked my brother, like, wait on the police. I really wanted to come out on my own and just talk, like, then when they started shooting at the house, I really didn't know what to do. So I tried to get some advice. I called Moto come, like, I'm telling Moto, like, what should we do? So he was like, I told him that I talked to you, he was like, I was like, bring me down here, you know what I'm saying? He came, brought me right here. Like, you gonna come in? He's like, I'll wait around, call me.
Okay.
I was like, it's on you then.
Okay. Give me a minute, right back.
But okay, I feel you on this part, but
Go ahead.
I can this. What like?
What I'm gonna do, bro? I mean,
Because I know they,
I'm gonna talk to Nuts' mother, and Kel is Peanut's brother, right?
Yes.
I'm gonna let her know what the deal is. Okay. All right. So we'll take it from there. Okay. They continue to do, and you see who it is. Okay. Call. If you see them run around the neighborhood and you know what they're about to do, call, because there's gonna be an alert out for this. Okay.
I'm telling you, like right now, the only reason I'm scared because I didn't do it, and I don't want,
I feel
you know what I'm saying, that can happen to me on my family.
All you do is extend to his mother to extend to them. And if I'm able to talk to Cal, I'll let him know the same thing. If his mother go ahead, maybe get me in contact with Cal, I'll talk to him and see if that is him and his crew doing that.
It is. I'm not gonna sit here and lie about it. It's him.
Let me ask you this, to be honest. Do you belong in the game?
I was. They really was. Like they said, man, I'm talking about. It's supposed to be about me not being down with it no more, but he really don't know. He don't really know what it is because he tells me like, hey, me.
Okay, so you got APG.
Yes, but it was in 2000. I had went to jail in 2000. I think it's 2015 now. I went to jail in 2013, 12. I went to jail in 2012. I did a year. But when I went to jail in 2012, I didn't get down with the game. I told him I went in.
So when you got out in 2013, you told him no.
I never told him. I just started going around and I went playing.
Okay.
You know, so now they see me with thug. And they don't claim what I said. I'm like, you know what I'm saying? It's real. So I'm going to get some money. And that's what we told a couple people. You know what I'm saying? I don't know what it's about. But that's what you're supposed to say. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I switched up on them. So
I got you. Yeah, so they got the ass with you.
but I know that they saying like, I didn't know it would be over. I did something. I know it, you know what I'm saying? I ain't trying to go to jail. I ain't trying to be dead. I ain't trying to go to nobody's funeral. I'm not none of this. Ain't never had a problem. You know what I'm saying? Somebody, I will show it to you. A person come on my Instagram page and say, you gonna die tonight. They come on my picture and say,
On your Instagram?
yes, and you gonna die.
What's your Instagram page?
WOODY 372.
WOODY.
DY 372. Say I'm gonna die tonight. But then she deleted the country by a screenshot. So when she deleted, I still took pictures. Yeah, it was a girl. Her name was Maya. Prince. It was some Maya. Come on now. She come and said, you're gonna die.
You're gonna die.
And then she deleted. But I still got a screenshot on the phone. It went dead. I was supposed to show it to you when it first.
Give me 1 second, right back. Okay. Right back there. See if they got the camera. Okay.
Your Honor, the state is going to pause here at 3:32:15 and fast forward it to when Detective Thor re-enters the room. God bless you.
Bless you.
We're going to reshare at 3:35:45.
You got no for Cal, do you? You got no for Cal? No. I had it. Yeah. Who's that? No. No, that one, them ain't killed. You know what you got? Look like I seen you before. Which one? Look like I seen both of you with a kid. The other guy looks familiar though. I just ain't for sure. It's him. Alright. So Monto dropped you off. He went about his business. And he drives English gray or grayish blue Chevy Impala or Malibu. Yeah, it's a rental car. Okay, it's a rental. Okay. You don't know Monto's real name. I had met a Monto like around. I got Monto like his FaceTime. He told me that. Or what time was that? What's his FaceTime? I got on charge. Okay. No, we have no outlet charger for the computer. But when Monto said it, I was trying to call my girl dad talk, and he asked me what happened. He was like, people calling me phone saying I did. And I explained to him like, yeah, I didn't do it and then like that. And he was like, please don't like let me talk to somebody. I guess it's somebody over them, somebody's brother or something, you got something to do with them. And he could tell me right there, let me talk to them, let them know that I ain't have nothing to do with them and like that. And then them me and her dad was talking about. I was like, okay, I'm ready to go down there. But I told him too, I'm like, you think I should go down there and talk? And he's like, nah, because they might find out where it's at. You know what I'm saying? And then you ain't got nothing to do with it. They just, like, okay, just like when they come talk to one talk, you just go down there and talk to them, then y'all go do that there. But I
I was nervous. Like, I was scared. Like, just know, I didn't know what to do. I didn't want to go in the house because I didn't know that. Dang, bro, like, everybody gonna sit here and say, well, I did it. I know, I go through this every time. Like, the guy got robbed. People ain't on me. Then next thing you know, he found out who did it. Instead of him just going ahead and admit that he was wrong, he still let people think it. You know what I'm saying? So, I can't do nothing about it. And now somebody's dead, and they thinking it's me, but I can't, I ain't afraid of, you know what I'm saying, nothing, but I just don't want to go to jail or die about somebody do. And I just know, he have a point, Kid have a point too. To who, I don't know. But it just, now, like, he constantly. He just won't stop, bro. Like, it ain't nothing I can do, like, I can do this, I can do that. Like, they know I stay because we were cool. You know what I'm saying? I took my sister's house, my brother's house. We went one night together and everything. Not care, but the ones that be around me. And our little son, like, that's what it been. Like, I don't know what it was, man. I honestly, I can't, man. Like, I'm so confused right now. So, me and Nut see each other, we judge each other. He's like, what's going on with you? And they just chilling, man, trying to get your money. He's like, man, they about to be a thing and go on. You know what I'm saying? But it's just, man, I didn't know right now. You know what I'm saying? Like, you can talk to them, but somebody still gonna think I did it. Like, don't matter what I do, where I go, you know what I'm saying? I got sisters and brothers out there too. You know what I'm saying? And I just feel like now everybody's dancing because they just shot my girl mama house up. So I don't tell what they gonna do to my brother and sister. They gonna see one of them. I didn't have nothing to do with this. Like, I never was deaf on nobody. You know what I'm saying? I would never stun them, but I still be asking, like, what y'all got to do me? You mad? Y'all have no money to him? I just pop like that, you know what I'm saying? I thought I pop money. That's how I talk about money. But now, they man go show girl mama house, bro. Like, that ain't gonna call for, bro. Like, I'm so worried right now because I talked on the phone, she crying, and then I don't know how she gonna put on me. But, like, my papa, when I talked to her, she didn't say that. But I just told her, like, I didn't do it. Like, I don't know what to do. Like, I didn't do it. Like, I'm lost. Like, right now, man, I really am, man. I'm scared. I'm lost. I always wondering, like, I can't even think, man. Like, I don't know what to do, man. I don't, man. Because my name come making everything. I'll be the same way. But now somebody's dead, and I know how it feels to lose one. You know what I'm saying? I lost my closest friend. You know what I'm saying? And now, these niggas, they showing up people's mama houses and stuff like that, bro. Like, and it ain't even dead. It's a game. It's the whole clip. You know what I'm saying? They deep. You know what I'm saying? That's the only thing that puts fear in my heart because now I gotta watch out for everywhere I go. I have to watch out, and it ain't nothing I can do about it, you know? I didn't have nothing to do with this. I didn't kill him. I didn't have him killed. I ain't never tried to fight him. I ain't never tried to rob him. I ain't never done nothing to nothing. Me and Kelly, we don't see each other plenty of times in the street. I ain't never did that to each other. It's been plenty of times. Ain't never in life, man, like never. I'm so frustrated, man. I call my brother, man. Then the advice he gave me, it ain't no good.
What advice your brother gave you that you think is no good?
I told her, I don't want to call her, but call the police and come to the house. You know what I'm saying? I really tell y'all, but it ain't gonna be nothing y'all to do. You know what I'm saying? Cause from what people say, retarded. Carol's supposed to be retarded, something like that. You know what I'm saying? But I ain't scared of him. You know what I'm saying? It's more to life, bro. It's like no matter what I do, everybody always blame me for stuff. So I know there's a lot of people against me. You know what I'm saying? But I'm frustrated, man. I can't. Like, I can't out here. I want to be calm. You know what I'm saying? I didn't know. People like, man, they'll lock you up. They can't lock me up. I didn't do it. You know what I'm saying? They don't tell them. They're like, man, but they keep telling me to wait. And this, I don't want to wait. I don't want none of this shit. I don't go out now, get out of the way. Then when I do, then wait. Just do what somebody tell me. When I go down there and tell y'all, and y'all go out there and got me, who gonna stop me? That's the only thing I'm afraid of now. Who gonna stop me? I'm scared, man. Like, It might seem crazy, but
Do you know, did you hear anything on the street about who may be beefing with Nut?
I didn't know kids been running around shooting up places. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
But he, like, me and him ever got to it, he never did that.
Mm-hmm.
He done came and shut up the Gavin house.
Mm-hmm.
But this ain't the first time he did. This is the first time he did. He shot everybody up there. You know what I'm saying? But then nobody knew it was him.
Mm-hmm.
And then he got to it with his girl. She came back and said it was him.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
That's why Thug like paid for my window.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Because he shot the window.
Mm-hmm.
So he was like, you want to pay for it. You know what I'm saying? So, gotcha. Nothing ain't had nothing to do with this. You know what I'm saying? So, it probably, what happened, the Nut probably ain't got nothing to do with this.
Was Nut in the game?
The Nut was a big dog. But the big dog is, like, Nut ain't they big dog. He a big dog, but he not that over the whole game. You know what I'm saying? So, Nut just care, bro, he cool with everybody. Nut cool with everybody. You know what I'm saying? Well, I say a lot of people, but Kel was a problem. You know what I'm saying? He always have been. Like, me and Nut have talked about Kel. That's right, man. That's 11 hair there. Like, I ain't telling, man. I don't feel no attention. I go in the club. Like, you call a cushion on Derek, and you talk to him, and he'll tell you, and he give you video. If you look at video of me in the club, I don't even pay him no attention. Like, you look at him, he'll be doing like this. You know what I'm saying? You see me throwing money, I'll flash money. They throw up money, they throw up money. That's how they keep saying. You know what I'm saying? That's how it is, man. Like, I don't know, man. I don't know what to say. You know what I'm saying? What can I do? Where can I go? When I leave the other day, where can I go? Because I have a lot of sisters and brothers. My mom has 10 kids. Half of them got their own houses. You know what I'm saying?
Is it around the area?
Yes. I got sisters on Boulevard, sisters in Oak City, my grandma stay in Oak City, my girl stay in Cobham, my brother stay in Cobham, my other brother stay in County. You know, I got that. But they understand. My sister, I'm afraid they might know she stay on Boulevard. And my big sister, I know they know she stay in Oak City.
Yeah.
So Big smart like that with you. Who? Big. He killed right hand man.
All right. Just to conclude the interview with Mr. Kenneth Copeland, ending time is 03:48 hours, would be 3:48 a.m. Talk to your brother real quick. And that's okay.
Okay, what is
You don't talk to you out here, okay?
what's up, man? Like this what I'm not kidding. Like, what? I don't know.
She wants to go around.
Yeah. No.
Yeah. Come on.
She said, "I understand all about her."
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, we paused it, Your Honor, at 3:48:08.
across the building here. So chiller or something like that is malfunctioning again. So bear with us, okay? All right. It's working some. They tell me like 70%, but this doesn't feel like 70%, does it? Nah. Okay. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's take 10 minutes or thereabouts. We'll see where the day leads us at that point in time, okay? All right, we're in recess. All rise. All right, our jury has left us, ladies and gentlemen. We'll be in recess.
So I'm sorry again, if I could ask you, what is the purpose of a bumper on a vehicle?
It's there to help absorb energy from a collision.
And with reference to the scratches that you were asked about on the vehicle on sort of the right rear quarter panel, what, if any, relationship does bumpers or their interaction have to your opinion as it relates to that?
Sorry, say it again.
Back to what you just testified about bumpers, you were also asked some questions about scratches on the right rear quarter panel of the vehicle, correct?
Correct.
And what, if any, relationship does the bumpers on the vehicle and sort of their intended purpose have with relation to the scratches that you observed?
So the bumpers on the side was more of this wasn't more of a direct on hit with the bumper. It was more of the side scraping of the paint of the bumper.
Now, the presence of Mr. O'Keefe's DNA on the taillight, is that consistent with a pedestrian collision?
Yes.
Now, as far as the glass not matching, are you aware that the lab's actual findings were that the glass on the bumper and the glass on the roadway not found to be consistent with each other? Is that your understanding? If you know.
I don't know.
And were you also aware that the lab's finding was that the glass on the bumper was consistent with the glass on the roadway?
I'm not aware what the lab said.
Now, in order to construct your diagrams, your testimony, I believe, was that you had used the CERT diagrams in the process of that. Is that correct?
Yes.
And if I could turn back to that 12629B, the mileage from the tech stream data.
Yes.
The three-point turn that you observed in the 24.2 mile per hour straight line for approximately 62 feet. how far apart time-wise within that particular triggering event were those two incidents?
8 minutes.
And as far as any of the other text stream data that you observed, was there any other triggering event that included the three-point turn?
No.
Now, as far as the defendant's path of travel, is it your understanding that that was obtained from a multitude of different witnesses?
Yes.
Now, with reference to, you were asked some questions about the defendant's cell phone, as far as GPS locations. Were you aware that the defendant's cell phone wasn't able to be accessed until by law enforcement until 2023?
Sustained.
Were you aware that the defendant's cell phone had GPS locations turned off on the defendant's cell phone?
Objection.
I'll allow that.
I was not aware.
Now, as far as placing the vehicle during that triggering event, 12629B, did you use key cycles to put it back at that location at that time?
No, I didn't.
What did you use?
I looked at the odometer mileage
And why would you look at the odometer mileage over the key cycles?
because I can physically see the odometer mileage at the vehicle at the time of my inspection.
And why would, well, let me ask you this. In your opinion, as far as that is concerned, sort of backtracking to a specific location, which is more reliable, the odometer or the key cycles?
I would say the odometer mileage.
And why is that?
Like I said, you can physically see it when you turn the car, and I know that's the odometer mileage that it's reading on the dashboard.
And every key cycle, is that necessarily recorded within the text stream data?
No.
And why not, sir?
It only records stuff that related to the triggers.
They don't what?
They only record stuff that is related to the triggers.
Okay, thank you.
As far as counsel's hypothetical with regard to the key cycles, is it your opinion that that hypothetical is accurate or inaccurate?
Inaccurate.
And why so?
Because you also add the odometer mileage onto the key cycles. So those key cycles and odometer mileage are on the same trigger. And plus the data seems consistent with everything else that's going on with this collision.
Now, fair to say that you were not outside of 34 Fairview Road on January 29th, sometime around 12:20 to 12:30 a.m., is that correct?
That's correct.
And so fair to say that you don't know exactly how Mr. O'Keefe and or Glass or anything that he was holding interacted with the defendant's vehicle at that time?
Objection.
I'll allow it. Is that true?
I do not.
And so based on your training and experience and the number of pedestrian crashes that you've investigated, again, if you could, one last time, just describe to the jury how you believe the vehicle interacted with Mr. O'Keefe and why.
Objection.
Sustained. It's asked and answered.
With reference to what you've described as far as the interaction between Mr. O'Keefe and the vehicle, why is that your opinion?
Objection.
I'll allow that.
Based on the evidence from the vehicle, based on the injuries to John O'Keefe, the tail light appears to be broken and it's sharp plastic pieces that could have ripped his arm, and also the dent with the scratches above it is consistent with a hand holding a glass and the glass on top smashing on the vehicle and the hand smashing the vehicle. You can see there's a line between scratches and a dent there.
Thank you. Nothing further.
Just Romeo. Very briefly, I just want to make sure I clear something up about the key cycles. You're not suggesting that every key cycle in the history of the car is on this page, correct?
That's correct.
I'm pulling up Exhibit 591.
Okay?
That indicates key cycles that have triggering events, correct?
Yes.
Triggering events are something that the manufacturer includes in basically a list of items that will be a triggering event, correct?
Yes.
It's a list of items basically for mechanics to figure out if there's some unusual driving or unusual event with the vehicle, correct?
Yes.
But the key cycles go in order. They're numerical, 1 through whatever.
Correct.
In the hypothetical that I gave you on cross-examination, with those driving incidents, each one of those would represent a key cycle, correct?
I don't. So, in your hypothetical, I mean, assume that it should create a key cycle, but that you can't just say that key cycle is from that because I didn't just use key cycles. I used the odometer mileage on top of it. So you have to have key cycle and odometer.
Right. Interestingly, though, when you testified on direct examination, you said your analysis, this was on Friday, or the weekend. By the way, over the weekend, did you watch anything on, I don't know, YouTube or any social media?
No.
Nothing.
No.
Really? Did you have any conversations with Mr. Lally about these key cycles and problems?
No.
Did you have any conversations with anybody about the issues with the key cycles?
No.
Did you realize at some point between Friday and today that I was probably going to ask you some questions about key cycles?
Objection.
Did you realize that yourself?
I assumed you would ask me loads of information.
So on Friday, you didn't mention that your analysis was based on mileage, did you?
Objection.
Sustained.
On Friday, did you mention that your analysis was predicated on mileage?
Objection.
I'll see you at sidebar.
May I inquire?
Yes.
Super Paul, on Friday, you indicated pretty clearly that your analysis was based on the key cycles, starting at 1164 when you started your testing, and 1162, which was the key cycle you claimed on Friday was at 34 Fairview.
It wasn't based on it. That's how I describe it. I said key cycles. I based it on they were close within proximity to each other, but I've always said it's key cycles and odometer mileage, plus all the information within the triggers themselves. So it wasn't just one of the other.
And you said on Friday that once you started your testing at 1164, it was 2 cycles earlier that had the triggering events, meaning 1162, that you claimed were at 34 Fairview.
Yes.
But in the hypothetical, if there were 4 events, 4 key cycle events between 1164 and 1159, it could not have occurred at 1162, correct? 34 Fairview, in my hypothetical.
In your hypothetical, if it recorded a key cycle, then your hypothetical is correct.
Right. And last question, if you got the route of travel incorrect, if your presumption of the route of travel was incorrect on that vehicle in the days earlier, then your mileage would be incorrect also, correct?
Mileage from what? The odometer or from?
The odometer reading.
The odometer reading is odometer reading. It's 36.
My point is, your analysis that's based on the odometer reading 36 miles here, 12 miles there, 2 miles here, 5 miles there. If you got the route of travel wrong and the route of travel was different, your assumptions about the odometer readings would be incorrect as well, correct?
So what I'm
You got the path of travel wrong.
so I purposely put down a range on my Google images showing, because I couldn't tell you her definitively route of path for every single way, but I know that it's possibly a possibility that she could travel 36 miles within those locations that she traveled post leaving Fairview Road.
Or if that mileage was put on at key cycle 1162, and that would mean the vehicle would already be in Massachusetts State Police custody, right? In the proctor's custody.
Objection.
So that's beyond the scope.
That's all I have.
All right, Mr. Lally?
Just very briefly. The range that you came up with for the defendant's path of travel, does that fit with the path of travel, the odometer reading, putting the defendant's vehicle in the area of 34 Fairview Road when it does the three-point turn, and then 8 minutes later when it travels 24.2 miles per hour in a straight line in reverse for approximately 62 feet?
Yes.
Nothing further.
All right, you are all set, Trooper.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, so jurors, we're going to take another short break to set up some things in the court, okay?
All rise for the court, please.
Are all jurors present, sir? All right, thank you, Sergeant Ingram. All right, ladies and gentlemen, a couple things going on. I'm still trying to work out this thing with the AC system, and as well as now that our internet has decided to not work for some reason. So the plan is now I'm just going to recess you for lunch and have you come back for 1:15, and we'll see where the afternoon leads us at that point, okay? All right, so Mr. Copeland, we'll see you back at 1:15. Ladies and gentlemen, the jury will see you back accordingly. All right, all rise. All right, ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. Our jury has left us. We'll see you at 1:15, okay? All right, we're in recess.
that the main vendors didn't support. In response to that, I would do my own research. That research turned into a selection of digital forensics tools, and I created a website for myself to share that research, to share those tools with the community. And directly related to that, I have published articles related to accessing data on phones, related to SQL databases, related to various other artifacts, primarily locations.
Now, over the course of your work, have you had occasion to testify in other courts in relation to this specific field?
Yes, related to digital forensics, I've testified approximately 20 times, mainly in Canada, but also once in Michigan, once in Australia, once in the UK.
Now, as far as questions that come into your company with relation to interpretation of data, other sort of general forensic questions, what parts of the world do these questions come in from, and how widely used is your product?
So the product is used globally. There are a select number of countries that we don't export to, but generally, if a police service is interested in digital forensics, then they're using at least some of our tools. We operate an email address which is open to any user called Stumpers. And the idea is that users, if they come across an artifact that they can't explain, they can email to myself and some of my colleagues, and we can research that artifact, and we can try and give them an answer as to say why the artifact's there and how it should be interpreted.
You used the term in there as far as an artifact. If you could please explain to the jury sort of what your understanding of that term is and how it's used within your specific industry.
Yeah, so I would refer to an artifact as essentially any piece of data which I've recovered from the phone, which is of interest. It could be a web history visit, it could be a text message, it could be a photograph, any piece of information.
Now, sir, turning your attention to September of 2023, at some point in that month were you contacted by the Norfolk District Attorney's Office and the State Police in regard to this case?
Eventually, yes. Initially, I was contacted by a member of Cellbrite.
And if you know, why was that initial, as far as the initial contact or initial request from Cellbrite, can you speak about that?
My understanding was there was an artifact found on a device, and people were looking for an explanation as to how this particular timestamp was relevant to the case.
Now, if you could explain to the jury sort of what you, what were you provided and what were you asked to look at?
So the original question is just basically how can we explain this 227 timestamp? I spoke to my colleague and requested if he could contact the investigators and any information that they could share about where this particular timestamp was found so that I could investigate it. I was advised at that time that the case had already been uploaded to our own support network, so the full extraction of the device in question was already in Cellbrite's possession, and I was able to access it from there and start to examine what the issue was that was causing the confusion.
Now, with reference to this issue, can you describe to the jury, just in general terms, sort of what this issue was?
Yes, so the issue, as I was led to believe, is there was a timestamp for a web history artifact of 2:27 and 40 seconds AM local time, which would be UTC-5, and it didn't make sense to the investigators. And the question was, is there any other interpretation for what this timestamp could mean?
And so essentially you were asked to explain the timestamp and how it came to be, correct?
Correct.
And as far as this particular issue, has this arisen in other instances? Have you been asked the same question or similar questions in regard to this type of artifact?
Yeah, several weeks later, so probably around December time last year, I was contacted by a police investigator in Austria with a very similar question, but related to obviously a different internet search. And about a week later, the defense expert in the same case also contacted me asking the same question. The defense expert in that case was able to provide the database, and I was able to provide the answer.
Now, as far as the full extraction, is that the entirety of what you looked at in this instance, or what, if anything else, were you provided with in regard to your review and your analysis in this case?
So I did work with the full extraction, but my interest was focused on just the web history artifacts.
And what, if anything, did you find with regard to the web history artifact?
So the 22740 timestamp was correct insofar as that is the time that is shown within the database. It was indeed a deleted record, but the interesting thing was why the timestamp said 22740. And I did some testing on this and discovered the reason why 22740 was actually listed in the database, even though that's not the time, in my opinion, that the search was conducted.
And what is your opinion as to when the search was conducted?
There's plenty of other evidence on that extraction that shows what activity was occurring at 227 40 seconds. And there's plenty of evidence later on in the day that shows that that particular search was conducted at 6:23, I believe 51 seconds, and then a similar search at 6:24 and 18 seconds, I believe.
And before we get to that, Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Whitman, I'm showing you the document and asking you to take a look at
Thank
that.
you.
Look up when you're finished.
Yes,
Do you recognize that, sir?
I do, yes.
What do you recognize that to be?
This was the internet history, the history.db database table showing activity from the morning of the 29th of January 2022.
May I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'll seek to introduce and witness the next exhibit.
No objection.
Okay.
6:14.
Your Honor, may I return to the witness?
Yes.
Your Honor, if I may, with the court's permission, we publish it from the jury.
Yes.
Your Honor, may I approach this to retrieve?
Yes.
No, that's my fault.
Thank you.
Now, Mr. Whitman, do you recognize what's up on the screen now as the exhibit you have before you?
I do, yes.
And Ms. Whitman, there should be a laser pointer on the desk next to you. What I'm going to ask you to do is, if you could, using that laser pointer, explain to the jury what we're looking at in this exhibit and what, if anything, of significance you observe within this exhibit.
Okay, of course. So this was a table I created based on the data from the phone. The first column shows the local time of a record that was written to the history database. This is a database which is tracking all web pages which are loaded as you use them. The second column starts with the URL, so the Uniform Resource Locator, so what you would type in or how the browser knows which website you want to visit. The title is part of the website which is loaded. One of the top attributes of the website will load the title. Visit count relates to an internal counter within Safari, which just tracks how many times a particular website is visited in order to make suggestions to you down the road. And then finally, the last column shows the source of this information. So history.db is the name of the database, history_visits is the name of the table, and then the number is the unique identifier which is assigned to that particular record in consecutive order. So every time you add a new record, that number will increase by 1.
Hey, Mr. Whitford, probably a couple foundational questions that I should have asked you first, so my apologies. With respect to the cell phone extraction that you were provided, that was from a individual named Jennifer McCabe, is that correct?
That's my understanding, yes.
And fair to say you don't know Jennifer McCabe, never met her, don't know anything about her?
Correct.
And as far as a extraction is concerned, if you could please explain to the jury sort of what your understanding of that is. What is an extraction?
An extraction in this case, all of the files and folders had been extracted from the device, saved on a computer in a zip file container. So essentially in a way that is as close to the original from the device as possible.
And again, what is your title specifically with Cellbrite?
It's decoding product manager at the moment.
And so what, if any, relation does what you do have with relation to an extraction and how that's, what's sort of the relationship between what you do and a Cellbrite extraction?
So once the extraction's been extracted and we have the zip file, then Physical Analyzer is the tool that Cellbrite creates to allow examiners to look at that extracted data in a meaningful way. And my role is somewhat shaping how examiners will see that data when they open up Physical Analyzer and look at the extracted data.
And how does your role play into that? What is it that you do that what, if any, relationship does what you do have to do with how examiners will view something from a Cellbrite tool?
Again, so after being an examiner for 10 or 11 years, I've got that kind of understanding of how examiners work. Being someone who also writes my own software and does my own research, then I can kind of cross that void that usually exists between developers and examiners and help both parties try to come to a meaningful conclusion.
Ms. Gilman, if you could shrink that just a little, or zoom out a little. Now, again, Mr. Whiffen, if you could, using that laser pointer, direct the jury's attention to what, if anything, of significance you observed depicted in this particular tape.
Yes, so the lower two records, which are highlighted in green, are two records which occurred at 2:27 and 42 seconds local time. So 2 seconds after the Google search had allegedly been made. And then the second record is 5 seconds after that at 2:27, 47 seconds. Both those URLs relate to a website of hokamocksports.com.
Now, if you could explain to the jury, what is a contiguous identifier?
So again, every SQLite database will assign a unique contiguous identifier number. So again, the very first record created will be given a record ID of 1, the second record will be 2, and so on and so forth. Those numbers are never reused. So if I was to delete record 3, that record number will never be reused, and I can see that there's a gap and deleted data in that database.
Now, you used another term in there as far as a SQLite database. If you could explain to the jury what your understanding of that term is based on your training experience.
Yeah, a SQLite database, essentially, it's a series of tables. It's a way for data to be stored, again, in a meaningful, organized fashion that can be queried, can be examined, can be filtered, searched, etc. It can be useful for anybody who wants to get data from an organized file.
Now, with reference to the searches that you observed within this particular web history, what, if any, relationship did the contiguous identifiers, sort of the range, what if anything, did that tell you?
I'm sorry, can you rephrase that?
What, if any, observations did you make as far as those contiguous identifiers in the range they had in relation to the web history that you were observing?
Okay, so within the history.db file, there were no missing numbers from the beginning of January, essentially, until early February. That told me as an examiner that no records had been deleted during that time.
May I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes.
that one back. Thank you.
Recognize that, sir?
I do, yes.
What do you recognize that to?
This is the browser state record, which identified a search at 2:27:40 a.m.
May I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes.
Almost. We have no objection.
Okay. Thank you.
May I return to the witness, Your Honor?
Yes.
With court's permission, may we publish it to the jury?
Yes.
Now, sir, directing your attention to the screen, is that what you have before you as the next exhibit?
It is, yes.
And if you could explain to the jury what we're looking at in this exhibit and what, if any, information you're able to sort of glean as a forensic examiner with relation to this.
Okay. So this is a searched item exhibit. It's technically a derivative of a different exhibit that we find on the device. So we found what we consider a web history record. So a web history record would just mean we have a URL that was visited and potentially a timestamp and a title. Searched items looks at all of the web history items that we've found and tries to identify were these actually searches that were conducted. So for example, if you were to do a search on Google, you'd see that the website that you're taken to is google.com query, and then it contains the query string that you've typed in. We extract that information, we extract that query and provide it to the user as a searched item. In this case, I can see that it came from the browser state.db WAL file. The search query itself was host long to dying cold, and it shows as a deleted record.
Now, with respect, I think you've used a couple of different terms within that as far as a knowledge C database. Can you explain to the jury what that is?
I don't recall saying knowledge C, but I can explain what knowledge C is in this case.
If you could, please.
Yes, the knowledge C database is at the heart of iOS. It stores lots of information about the activity on the device at any given time. Things like when the backlight's turned on, when the device is unlocked, what application is in focus at the time and how long it's in focus for. And important to this case, which website's on screen at any given time as well.
Now, when you say when a website is in focus, can you expound upon that as far as what exactly do you mean by when you say in focus?
So in terms of iOS itself, when it's in focus, it would be the primary item that's visible on screen. So with iOS, you can have applications in the background that you aren't using, but the one that you are currently using is considered in focus, taking up the entire screen.
I believe you had used the term as far as a browser state DB, is that correct?
Correct.
And can you explain to the jury what your understanding of that term is and how it relates to it?
Browser state DB is just the name of the database, the name that Apple gave it. It's gone through some changes over the last few years. For example, in iOS 14, it did store the state of the tabs that were open within a browser. In iOS 15, there was a significant change, and the only time that records were written to the database is when the tab was closed. So a significant difference in that it doesn't show you what's currently open, it only shows you what's previously been closed.
Now, this search here, what, if anything, did you observe as far as this record in relation to the history DB related to the search?
This record is not mentioned at all within the history.db database.
And what, if any, missing records from this time frame did you observe either?
There were no missing records in the history.db database. Within this time frame, within the browser state database, there were 3 deleted records.
And when you say deleted records, as far as your self-write tool is concerned, what exactly does deleted mean?
These are records that have been deleted, not necessarily by the user, potentially by the system, but they are considered deleted records that we're able to recover.
What are some of the ways that something might be deleted by the system, and which are you talking about the phone, or are you talking about your tool?
The phone. Our tool is designed as a forensic tool. It's not going to edit, delete, or affect the data in any way, just present what is in the extraction. But there are multiple times on an iOS device or an Android device where cleanup essentially happens, and we start to lose data after a certain amount of time.
Now, with respect, let me just ask this for a moment. With respect to Cellbrite, as far as the tools, have there been a variety of different versions of those tools as far as conducting that forensic extraction?
Yes, so Cellbrite Physical Analyzer has been available for approximately 12, 13 years in various versions.
And what, if any, differences are there between, in general terms, between, say, an older version versus a newer version?
Obviously, in the digital forensics landscape, whenever a provider creates a new feature, we have to change our code to adapt to what they've now introduced. There can be research that has been done, so we now learn new things, and we add support over time. So something can be supported in this new version of Physical Analyzer that may not have been supported or even existed in a previous version.
Now, with respect to your work in this field, what, if any, tools have you designed and or created or something to conduct this type of work?
Aside from Physical Analyzer?
Yes.
Okay, so I have my own tool called Artex, which I've been working on for around 5 years. Since being an examiner myself and struggling to pass any particular application that I needed. So I started to write my own tools, and that's the one that is one that I still maintain on the side in my own time, partly for my own knowledge, but partly because I think it still introduces some fantastic features which aren't available in any other tool for research purposes. So yeah, I continue to write this tool to this day.
And could you just say the name of the tool?
Artex, A-R-T-E-X.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Now, with regard to the situation depicted in the exhibit up on the screen, what are some of the reasons why this may occur, or why this may read as it does?
Sorry, is it deleted?
Yes.
Oh. The record itself has been deleted. As I said, the reason why it's deleted, through my testing, I've only found 2 ways that kind of record can be deleted by the user. And I don't believe either of those ways was actually utilized on this device.
And what are those 2 ways?
The user has the option to selectively delete history items. So you can delete either one at a time, or the entire day's content, or the last 2 days' content. Or you can delete all content altogether. Now, if all content had been deleted, we wouldn't have found any information on this phone at all related to web history, so I was able to discount that one quite quickly.
And I guess alluding to what you had just said, why is it that you don't believe that either of those 2 methods of user deletion occurred in this context?
Objection, may we approach, please?
I'm sorry?
I said objection, may we approach, please?
Okay.
May I have one moment, Your Honor?
Sure.
Mr. Whiffen, moving on from that for a moment, may I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you.
That document I've just handed you, Mr. Whiffen, you recognize that?
I do, yes.
And what do you recognize that to be?
It's a document that highlights both the search terms that were found in mobile safari.plist and the method of searching.
May I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes.
Commonwealth to seek to introduce the minutes of the next exhibit. No objection.
Okay. Thank you.
May I return to the witness? Yes. Of course, Commissioner, may we publish it to the jury?
Okay.
And Mr. Whiffen, do you recognize what's up on the screen as the next exhibit?
I do, yes.
You did use a term in there, I believe, called a P list, is that correct?
Correct.
Can you explain to the jury what you understand that term to mean and how it relates to what you're about to talk about up on the screen?
Yes, so a P list or a property list is Apple's way of storing serialized data. That essentially means a list of data with names and values.
And, sir, if you could, again, using that laser pointer, direct the jury's attention to explain sort of what we're looking at and what, if anything, of significance you observe in this particular slide or table.
Yeah, so again, this is a table I created from the data within the mobile safari.plist. The term shown down the left is what the user would have typed in to the search bar. Sorry, I keep blinding somebody. The search bar in the bottom of the Safari browser window. The UTC time is the time which is actually recorded within the plist. It's recorded as a string, so just text as it's presented on the screen there. And then I converted that and subtracted 5 hours to bring it into local time around Canton.
Now, aside from this just for a moment, with regard to, are you familiar with what's termed as a private browsing mode?
Yes.
And can you explain to the jury what that is and how it relates to this?
Yeah, so private browsing mode is a setting that you can set on iOS devices or primarily most devices that prevents any of your browsing activity being recorded. So that it won't save the searches, it won't save the navigations, it protects everything so that it can't be found later on.
And what, if any, relation did that have to what your analysis of the abstraction in this case?
If these searches had been conducted while in private browsing mode, these searches would not exist within this file.
So is it your opinion that they were not conducted in any kind of private browsing mode?
Correct.
Now, are you also familiar with the term as far as failure to load?
Yes.
And can you explain that to the jury and how that applies to this instance?
Yes, so obviously whenever you try to visit a web page, there's a stream of information coming from the web to the device, which then renders onto the screen. At the completion of the load event, there's a function effectively which runs, and that records the visit to the history database. If for some reason the page doesn't load and it shows up with an unable to load message, So for example, you don't have an internet connection at all, that unable to load will be recorded. If, however, the device stalls and it just sits kind of waiting to load, nothing gets written to the history database. And if you were to close the browsing window prior to the page completing its load event, nothing will be written to history.
Would that be written to somewhere else within the phone as far as any other storage areas?
Technically, the only place I found would be the browser state.
Now, with regard to the plist files, does the plist file save all sort of history items or no?
Primarily, it's used to save preferences. So you'd have a lot of information in there if it's using light mode or dark mode, or when you want tabs to auto clear, that kind of information. But it also records several days' history of searches. The actual number of days searches, I actually don't know.
And what, if any, relationship does that have with regard to the search bar that's located on the bottom of this table here?
In order for the search item to be saved to the mobile Safari plist, you need to actually type into this particular search bar. If you were to just visit google.com and start typing into the Google search bar, it will not be recorded within the mobile Safari.plist.
And so what, if anything, were you able to determine about those two searches with regards to what you observed here?
So these particular two searches were conducted at 6:23:51 and 6:24:18 respectively. They were searched using the search bar that's built into Safari. The fact that they didn't exist within HistoryDB and that there were no deleted records from history.db leads me to believe that they never successfully loaded.
May I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. That new document that I just handed you, do you recognize that?
I do, yes.
What do you recognize that to be?
This was the additional, the items from the history.db, I believe.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'll also seek to introduce and admit as the next exhibit.
Objection.
Okay.
Could you bring it?
You are unmuted.
Sure. May I return it to the witness?
Yes.
I'm sorry, Mr.
Thank you.
Whitman, if you could just repeat exactly what that is in the next exhibit.
Yeah, so it's a comparison between the search terms found in the plist, so the mobile Safari plist, and the search terms found within the history.db database.
So the items contained within this table are items that were contained within the extraction that you examined, correct?
Correct.
And Your Honor, with the court's permission, if I could display that for the jury.
Yes. Yes.
Mr. Whitman, if you could, again, using the laser pointer, just to describe to the jury what we're looking at in this table and what, if anything, is significant between sort of the two sources of information depicted here.
Okay, so the first list, the P list term, shows the term within the mobile Safari.p list, excluding the two that we've already mentioned, which are of note. And the first timestamp column shows the timestamp according to that P list. The history item shows the search term as recorded in the history database. And then we have the timestamp as per the history database. So the purpose of this document was to show that we have a search for Raining Men and a history item related to the Google search for Raining Men, and they show within a second of each other. Again, the next one down, Antoinette Ock and basketball, and the associated Google search. And again, the timestamps are within a second. This list was non-exhaustive. There was hundreds of examples within the history.db, but limited examples within the mobile Safari P list. And as I mentioned, the two searches of interest, the how long to die in the Kikdi and how long to die in the cold, didn't exist within the history DB at all.
Ms. Gilman, you can take that down. Now, sir, if I could ask you just a little bit now about the browser state DB. Again, can you explain to the jury sort of what that is and how it, if at all, it plays a role in your analysis?
Yep. So initially, pre and including iOS 14, the browser state database would show all tabs that you currently had opened. So as soon as I go into my browser and open a new tab, a record is created. It includes information such as the time that I opened the tab or the time I last viewed the tab, the current URL which is being displayed within that tab. It shows information whether it's in private browsing mode or not. So in that kind of case, in iOS 14 and below, we're able to see current private browsing records and subsequently recover deleted ones. But in iOS 15, things changed. The record was no longer written as soon as the tab was opened. It was only opened when the tab was closed. Sorry, the record was only created when the tab was closed. That meant that our ability to recover that kind of history was significantly lower. It means that it no longer makes use of the private browsing field because now private browsing records simply are never written to that database. So now we can only really see a list of all of the tabs that have been closed, not which are currently open.
Now, with regard to the browser state DB, is there something referred to as a last viewed timestamp?
There is, yes. That's one of the fields within the database.
And can you explain specifically with relation to that field, sort of what kind of information is kept there and what it means?
Yeah, so from my research based on this, that timestamp relates to the time that the tab took focus. So that's either when the user creates the brand new tab, when they switch between tabs and bring a tab back into focus, when they close a tab, which automatically brings one of the background tabs into focus, or if Safari has been completely closed and reopened, that essentially acts like almost a new tab, and the timestamp gets updated at that point.
Can you explain how an earlier timestamp could be associated from, say, tab is open, something is done, tab is closed, tab is reopened, something else is done, how that earlier timestamp could then be associated data-wise with the subsequent search? Opening of it.
I think I followed that. Okay, so if, for example, at 12 p.m., I create a new tab, I can do a search for whatever I want. And at that point, if I close the tab, then the record that gets created will show that I opened a tab at 12 p.m. and I did a search. Excuse me. However, if I open the same tab at 12 p.m., do a search, close it, like completely close down Safari and reopen Safari, that would also update the same timestamp to show that I'd opened it up again. What I meant to say at that point is that if I create a 12 o'clock tab, minimize Safari. I can leave it for several hours, for several days, for several weeks. The time difference is not really important. When I come back to it and open up Safari again from a background state, the timestamp is not updated. So it will still show 12 p.m. today, and it will show whatever my most recent navigational event is. So I can search for something in 3 weeks' time using the same tab I opened today, and the timestamp will show today's time.
All right. I think this is a good place to take our break.
Yes,
Mr. Whipple, I know we, of course, ask you to stay with us, okay? As the jurors file out, you can file out behind us.
Thank you.
Board, all rise for the jury.
And could I see counsel regarding timing, please?
Yes.
So recess until 1:40.
You are unmuted.
Court, all rise. Court stands in recess. Lunch in recess, 1:40.
precinct where, like on Lakewood, FTA. Okay. I went that way. I got on the expressway. I got from City Road. I was going to my grandma's house because I knew they didn't want to know that's my grandma's state. But before I got there, I had dropped the insurance off at Georgia's house. And I got just dropped the insurance off. We took the car to Greenbrier in front of the police precinct and left the car there so they wouldn't shoot nobody in the car and then like that. So we parked the car in front of the precinct and then we rolled out. That's when I had Motul come meet me. Motul can't meet me then and they son got to call me. So when they got to call me, we had went right there, we went to the where we go? We went right there to the McDonald's on Metropolitan, it's not right there by the little DP. So we went right there. And we went right there. I called my girl mama called me. And me and her was talking on the phone. And she was just asking me like what's going on. And I was telling her like what was going on. And she was just like, okay, all I need you to do is just don't go out there and get yourself in no trouble. And I explained to her like, I ain't going out there. I'm not going out here. I'm not trying to let these folks see me, but they go and shoot up my house and stuff like that. You know where you stay. So she was just like, it was loud where she was. So I wouldn't expect her to be at home. So she was like, okay, don't worry about this and that. And so when I got off the phone with her, I called my brother. I was like, bro, I sent him 10 minutes like, bro, I think I need to go down and talk to these police or something, cause I ain't do it, and I went nowhere around. So my brother he called me. When I texted him, he called me, he was like, all right, and he was at the restaurant, the bar in Canterville. So when I called him but they trying to tell me, so I called they shot mama back. I mean, they sound like they shot my mama's house, she was crying and stuff. So back here, I called my brother, he ain't answer. I called my sister, she ain't answer. So I'm trying to call tell them they house, but my brother called me back. So I go, they shot mama's house, what Brittany? He like, she at the house. He like, I heard her go down and call the police, just like I told him. He like, okay. So what he did was, he heard her went to his house. When he got to his house, he called me like, I'm at the house, like I'm getting ready, like call the police, bro. Call them and tell them to come to the house. You know what I'm saying? He like, you want to talk to him? I'm like, yes, I want to talk to him. He's all right. So as he did that, they shot dad called me, and he was asking me like, what's going on? And I was telling him, I explained everything to him, and he was like, what kind of car did you drive? I was like, it was a red Camaro with a black top sign behind it. You know what I'm saying? And he was like, what else? And it was a gray car. And I think there were two gray cars if I'm not mistaken. So he was like, all right. Then he was like, yeah, I'm on the expressway. I said, okay. So my brother called me like, did the text you want to talk to him? I'm like, yes. He's like, well, all right, come to the house. I'm like, all right. But I was so scared. Like, I was going far out. I was just riding around. So I went like towards Hateville. I got on right where the chick led. I had down right there. I rolled down, went to the gas station, got the gas, got the country road. I went towards Lennox. When I got towards Lennox, they son had called with you right there. So when she called with you right there, she like, you come down here and talk. So I was like, all right, I came from Lennox, came right here and talk. And let me see, what else? They like, I had went down to the house and like, see what was going on. Like these folks that can't shot this young mama house. Like, for real? Yeah, I'm like, bro, what I supposed to do, bro? Like man, get out of the way, bro. Let 12 handle that. 12 and deal with that. That's all he kept saying. Like, man, bro, you come out and let police handle that and deal with that, bro. These folks kill him son. He just like, man, folks, he know them better than that. Like, them folks, man. I honestly, it got me lost on confused, on frustrated now, because I ain't do it. I ain't have nothing to do with it. Can't nobody say they seen me do this. Can't nobody say they seen me do that. I ain't have nothing to do with it. They come shoot at my house. They ain't got down to the bottom of the story. They don't know what's going on. First thing, they come right at me. First thing, like, my name comes and everything, but some people are just try to hear it out. Some people won't. You know what I'm saying? But see, I know it is care. Everybody calls on. Be careful. It's a lot of them. They got a lot of guns. Be careful. It's a lot of them. They got a lot of guns. Everybody calls. So I don't know. I honestly don't know what to do. Like, you know what kind of car I got. They know what I say. It ain't nobody can go. It ain't nobody can hide. I can't do nothing. You got the white dog.
Yes. What else you have? That's it. So my brother come, he let me drive.
And what kind of car your brother got?
That little gray Malibu.
That's his lady's car, right?
His girl.
And what car he drives?
The white Charger. Like, he just gave it to me tonight. He like, you want, I was still in the house sleep, and he like, you want a cup? I'm like, yeah, bring it to me. I went down. Oh yeah, they shot there went to the movies too. So, this what happened. I gave this Shana a cup when she went to the movies. So it was 11 o'clock. I know the time it was 11 o'clock. She like, moves over here. It was her, Bull, and Dime. It was them three in the cup. They bought their green bar. My guy told us.
And you caught up with her at 11, not 9 o'clock?
No, I caught them by 11. So they had went to the movies. I gave her the cup.
Okay.
So they what it was. They about 9 o'clock, they just got behind us. And then they son and got the cup went to the movies. When she got back from the movies, I told her, like, she talked to her dad, she going to meet her dad at Blue Flame. And I was like, why are you riding around my car? You know they know what kind of car I got. And she like, well, she plugged it. So I was just like, plug it anywhere and get out of it and get in close to my ear. Forget the cup, you know what I'm saying? Just let me just pouring out first. And she's like, well, so when I called that, she ain't answer. I kept calling. And then she finally answered. And then she was like, she on the road with just had Cascade at it. So I'm like, well, get up in the net. She like, net S with Greenbrier. I like, jump right there. I'll come meet you right there. So she got her right there. I met her. I can't meet her right there.
You met her with who?
It was Bull and Dime. Bull named Tanisha.
Who you riding with?
I'm riding with him. And his girl and his baby. There was them three in the car and me and them three was in their car. And they got in the car. All of them got in the car.
Okay.
Cause Mom trying to find where to take his girl and baby. I think they know what they say too. So, but he said, I called one of his name Big Killer though. He said Big Killer called and told him, but they saying me and him did. So that's what he saying told me, but I got him like, but we need to go out here because they just stand there, they can tell we lying to tell the truth, bro. And he just like, shit, man, I go when they come, but you can call him now, he'll come.
I'll call. Okay. All right, bro. All right, that's it?
Yeah, that's all.
Okay.
If I have anything, you'll see him, I come right back down to the club.
Okay.
I ain't got no problem with nothing. I ain't do this and none of that.
It is now 04:18 hours. It be 4:18 a.m. to conclude another statement from Mr. Kenneth Copeland dealing with the homicide investigation. Mr. Donovan Thomas. Atlanta Police case number is 150102106.
Your Honor, state will conclude playing at 4:18:08.
You didn't want to speak on that one?
Your Honor, next we will tender State's Exhibit 378, Yankee Charlie.
Any further objection to State's 378 Yankee Charlie?
Which date is this? Is February 20th?
Yes.
Yeah, so
Same objection.
all right. It's admitted over objection and may be published as you see fit.
Thank you, Your Honor. Court's indulgence. Permission to publish, Your Honor.
Yes, you may.
And we're going to start playing at 1:33:01.
Need to get a statement for you to sign real quick. And once I get this, Yep. You ready to go, babe? You tired? I gotta get.
Need some? Yeah. John, quite hot.
Oh, okay.
Anything on them? Didn't you say you gonna come today? How do you get him in followers? Who? Tate.
No, Mr. X, right?
Yeah.
The son got your first name is your middle initial, right?
My middle initial is
Is it? But ain't that his first name? Your son.
No, that's your son. Her last name Cooper.
He's talking about your middle name. Is that her first name?
Oh yeah. Yeah. Okay. DAISHAWN, Quarterman.
Mm-hmm.
Another day. I think when that happened yesterday, didn't it?
Yeah.
No, when did it come in? February 15. Okay, I'm gonna read you this statement. Both of you. Neither one of you in custody, but I just have to read it so you know your rights. That you're the right to remain silent, and you do not have to make any statement at all. That any statement that you make may be used against you in a court of law. That I have the right to counsel with an attorney before making any statement, and have the said attorney present with me while I'm making a statement. That if I do not have enough money to employ an attorney, I have the right to have one appointed by the courts to represent me, to counsel with him before making any statement, and to have him present with me while I am making a statement. That if I request an attorney, no questions will be asked for me until an attorney is present to represent me. Based on this statement, both of y'all statements, are y'all willing and freely to get a statement? Okay, I got it. Okay. And that I have read, and that you have not been threatened or promised to have been made to induce me to sign this waiver. So ain't nobody threatening you to sign this waiver, anything like that. You don't feel like I'm Investigator Curry, Investigator OK Curry. What you drop?
Oh, now I'm trying to figure out how it is.
What's wrong over here? You need to plug your phone over here?
Yeah, he's good.
They don't be blowing up, is it? You sign right there with an X and that. Sign first. All right. Go on the road and get over here. On the 19th of February, about what time what were y'all doing? I'm gonna start with you. On the 19th of February, you was doing what?
When in jail?
Yeah, just what happened.
Oh, I was calling around trying to find a ride to take my baby to the hospital. And my mom boyfriend was on the return car. So his brother came around and he dropped his brother off at home and came back, and he came inside the gallery and came out the door. And by the time we got in the car, he was like, hurry up and get in the car. I just looked back, somebody rolled their window down and started shooting. And we got out the car, went behind that little building thing,
And they were still showing he wasn't the man who put the gate code in when we decided. So I went to my next door neighbor.
You and your next door, do you know what apartment your next door neighbor is? What apartment you live in?
3104.
The street address?
456 Mar.
156 Mar? Avenue or street?
Avenue.
Avenue? Okay. And that's where you reside? That's the location you reside with your mother?
No.
Who is that?
It's my place.
That's your place? With you and your baby? Are you, okay. All right. You get public assistance?
Yeah.
Okay. Through Section 8?
Based on income.
Based on income? Through Section 8? Or just based on income?
Based on income.
Where you working?
Nowhere right now.
Okay, where you was working?
Yeah.
Where were you working?
Turnerfield.
Turnerfield? Oh yeah, that's a seasonal job. Okay, okay. How? What's your date of birth?
8/29/93.
8/29/93. Okay. Now, how do you know Kim?
My baby dad.
Okay, I'm asking you a question. So you know Ken Rico because he's your baby dad?
Yeah, I've been knowing him.
For how long?
We've been just 4 years.
4 years? Okay. So you know him, he's your baby daddy, y'all been together, and y'all have?
Well, we have a baby.
A baby. And what's your baby's name?
Azaria Copeland.
What, Azaria Copeland? How old is Azaria?
She 8 months.
She 8 months. She 8 months. What is her date of birth?
June 16, 2014.
2014. So when the shooting took place, was your baby there during the shooting?
He had put behind the car.
Okay. And then when he put in the car, then you noticed the shooting. And then y'all, did you get the baby out during the shooting?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Kim, tell me what happened.
She was in the game church.
Okay.
I walked out there, the little bird know we coming out there. When I got there, he just dropped him off at his house, and then I take her and baby down to the hospital.
Okay. What hospital were y'all going to?
Scottish Rite.
Scottish Rite? Okay. And by Lennox?
Yeah.
Okay, okay. Okay.
So I went to drop my brother off at the house, and I can't bet.
Where your brother live at?
He stayed up the street. He stayed on, I think it's Maury too.
He stay on Maury too?
Yeah.
So you stay in the same, so do you stay with your brother?
Yeah.
Okay, okay. Now that's where you stay at based on your probation?
Yeah.
Okay.
No, I stay there. Like, there's my clothes and there's like.
Oh, is this where you stay? You and him stay together?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, I just come out of her house with me and him, like, not me and him, but man, I ain't getting to it. I go back home. But I just come chill with her and I go back home.
Okay.
But I dropped him out. I came back down there.
What time do you come down there? What time do you go down there?
What time I came out?
Yeah, yeah.
I been out there all day, and then I had left about 8, went to the house chilling. And then she was like, she nagging all the time. The baby ain't nothing wrong with the baby, but the baby kept crying. So my brother gave us a call to take the baby to the hospital.
Okay.
But when I was coming out the door with the baby in my arm, I was always looking around. Cause ever since I always just, when I come out, I had bad dreams about a long time ago, before we stayed.
Okay.
But when I always come out, I always just look around. And when I ride, I look back. But I see the cut, stop sign. So I was watching the cut as I take the baby to the cup. I'm telling her, hurry up. So I put the baby in the cup. But I was still looking at her. So I heard put her in the cup. I'm like, hurry up, get in. So when I told her to get in, the cut turned outward. So I walked around to the driver door. When I walked around to the driver door, I opened the door. I didn't know if he'd get in. But I'm watching the cut. I'm staring it down real hard. And then I seen the one. I don't know if it was going down or they just cracked it. It was halfway up, halfway down.
Okay.
They just seen him stick their hand out. I just seen him just start shooting. I ducked. I ran around, grabbed the baby out the cup. I was thinking they were going to shoot the cup.
Okay.
I grabbed the baby out the cup and told her, come on. When I grabbed him out the cup, I pulled my gun and I just shot back. When I shot back, they stopped shooting. I stopped shooting.
Okay.
Come on, we ran back in the house. But as we ran back to the door, we had to put the codes in. They started shooting again. I shot again. I shot 2 times. Then when I shot 2 times,
I just see no red. Boom. So when they red, I read the pen. So I heard put it in. I looked back at him, get because he angry tight. We hit all out. I see him turn around and run from him. When I see him turn around and run, I heard put the pen in, open the door for her. She ran in. She went in her door. When she went in her door, it went open.
Okay.
Then she got keys and cups. Then she just started thinking. Being on NATO was out there. They was out there. They ran back in. I forgot they was out there.
So the next door neighbors, they was out there during the time.
They got shot. They got shot out too. I just started that. Because I picked her stuff up off the ground and took it back in her truck. The lady, the girl with the dreads. But her, it was three of them. They was out there too. Just to think about it. Because that's what made her knock on their door. They opened the door, let us in. I used her phone call. I was engaging from her phone. I called her phone in. I used her phone. I called my brother from her phone, like, but they just shot at her. I would get him called the police too, because the police take so long. And then when they came out there, so I had peeped out. I was peeping out people, but I ain't seen no police walking the little door. So I opened the door and stuck my head out. I seen police out there, so I ran out there to the police. So when they seen me, they put the guns on me. I put my hands up like, man, look, man, I just got shot at. We got shot at. So when they recognized who I was, they act like they about to lock me up. So they standing there in the cold. And I was explaining to them what happened and where the guys going. They wasn't standing, they just standing there. I'm telling them where they ran it. But after that happened right there, then our police was there then.
Okay. So why would they be still shooting at you?
This should give me a headache, man. Cause guess what, man? Everybody asks the same question, man. This bad thing about it, man, I can't take it. It's bad thing about everything going on, man. I could have got hurt. She could have hurt her baby. And when come back, question me, ask me what happened. I can't even say what it's about, man. I can't. Honestly, man. I just know they say I got 97 days to live, man. If I ain't dead 97 days, shoot up the neighborhood. That's the only thing I really can suggest go by right now. All this because of flesh and land? Nah. Me and Kelly had beef. We didn't even have a beef because it been plenty of time we seen each other in the street and talked about it. Let it go. Shook this nigga hand. He walked this way, I walked this way. We let it go.
So you brought up Kale. You know about what happened to Kale, right?
Yeah, I heard it.
What'd you hear?
I heard he got shot.
You don't know who shot?
Because he got a problem with so many different people. But they only got their main attention on me. Whatever happened to one of them, I did it. I'm sitting right here with you. Anything happened, I did it. It don't matter. It never failed. All I've been doing, keeping the track of where I was, where I am. So if anything happened, I can always just have my story and prove it. So you come out here and check. These folks tell you I never did it. Yeah, my phone records, everything. Show you, man. I don't call, text, talk to nobody. None of that, man. I mean, stingy nigga, man.
But my thing about it is, I'm trying to figure out right now. They done shot up what? Your sister's house?
My sister, my brother, her mama, my other partner, man, about 5, 6 people's house.
So they shot up 5, 6 people's houses looking for you. And if they can't get you, they trying to get them.
No, I don't know what's going on, cuz. Truth been told, man, I've been in the streets. I be taking pictures of where I be at. They didn't show up. It's only one time they showed up at one place I took a picture at. You feel me? They showed up when I left. Some guy had told me, like, well, a white truck, whatever color, a gold Tahoe truck pulled up. Like 6 niggas in there. Like, for real, bro. I just like it wasn't that, cuz I don't be wanting everybody thinking. folk coming at me or this and that. But out of all the pictures I took, they showed up one time. I don't be high. I ride my four-wheeler. I have a four-wheeler. Every Sunday, I get with all the other guys that got one. I ride through the city. Wherever they go, I ride with them.
So you've been riding with him lately?
Yeah, you want to see videos? I got videos on Instagram. I've been riding everywhere. I'm not going to be high.
But I'm just saying, why they ain't taking you out with the rest of them?
Guess what? Man, listen, I just put up a video today. Yesterday at the store, willingly. I'm not recording and leaving. I'm putting them up as I'm right there. I have no hair. I never ride with no hair, man.
Who do you think at this point? Do you recognize anybody in the car that tonight, this evening, that shot at you? Do you recognize anybody?
I couldn't even see that face.
You recognize who it is. I'm just waiting on you to be real with me about it.
They won't stop me.
So you saying the loyalty, not knowing who is out here shooting at your baby mama and your baby ain't gonna stop it? Because you can't sit here and tell me today who you recognize as the person who was shooting at you. If this stuff was loyalty, if they had, all the rules of the gangsters or being a gang member, all this other stuff, you don't truly mess with family. You mess with everything else around. You don't come to the house.
I'll die go ahead with my family. I didn't do nothing. I didn't kill nobody. I didn't shoot one of them. I haven't did nothing to them. I honestly haven't. They've been shooting up all these houses. I haven't retaliated not one time. I'm gonna tell you why I haven't. Because I feel like police out to get me. Jeffery called me. Guess what? Jeffery called me. I put all my pride to the side and put a lot of faith in her to handle this. And guess what? Still going on.
You know why it's still going on? Because we only getting half of it. You know one of the dudes that sit in that car that shot at you, and you were sitting here today and won't tell. How do you think we're supposed to help you in all this stuff that's going on?
It's the whole gang got them. They might stuff.
And so I don't even understand it. You was 30 deep.
Okay.
Huh?
My cousin and
what were you associated with? And then everything else that rolls about with it is starting to come back to harm. And where your cousin at now?
Which one?
Which one? Either one.
In jail.
Both of them? And you out here on the streets trying to survive. And now you at this point.
But you see, one of my cousins, he getting tortured though.
Huh?
He getting tortured.
What you mean he getting tortured?
He getting shot at, stabbed, all this because they say he snitch. I'm already going to enough by something I didn't do. And I know if I was to tell you what's going on, which is I know They gonna be on records and all this here. And we gotta get a lot of them, get his skirt back. First thing gonna do, send 2 places. To street and to prison. And float it all around, sit up now. And went all around prisons. With my name over there. I'm not going that way to him. Wasn't no way. I'm not going to none of that. Nigga that shot at me, my girl and my baby. I almost shot my face off. As we were running, I'm not for sure, but I thought I heard one of the bullets hit that car seat or graze the car seat. I don't know.
Did you, when you got the car seat in there, did you see any bullets in it?
No, I wouldn't look at it, man. I went through all this, man. I ain't doing that.
So you telling me that you can, maybe it didn't or maybe it did, hit that car seat. But you telling me right now that loyalty enough to the streets, which the streets is coming in your house, shooting at your baby mama and your baby.
They're gonna make a rush on me. They're gonna make a rush on me, man.
You're a better man than me.
No, I ain't. I don't look at myself as nobody. I just know the trouble I'm putting myself in. Just know. I don't have nothing. I don't have nothing, man. Can't go no job. Can't do none of this shit. I know the street gonna be a field. All the thing going on right now, just waiting on you need to catch up me and kill me.
So how do you feel that you know that they gonna catch up to you and kill you? How does that make you feel?
Just take care of my family right now while I can. Just what I've been doing. I can't run from it. It's a game. It's a whole gang after me. Different niggas every day. It could be different niggas every day. It could be different niggas every 10 times a day.
What gang after you? What gang after you? Put at your phone.
There's a phone out there.
There's a phone right there?
They always time, right?
No.
I've never let anybody hurt my family.
So what gang is after you?
Blood gang.
That's a big broad gang.
I'm not scared no more. Not. First I was afraid.
So you're not, at this point, you're not scared to die?
It's gonna happen regardless. There's no way I can run to. It's nothing, man. There's nothing to stop it, man. Only thing to stop it is these police do their job, find out who killed that man. And whatever, man. And show these niggas it ain't me. They get something on my foot. Shit crazy, man. My head hurt, man. I've been stressed way before this shit happened, man. Only thing about it, man, they slowed down on the show. I thought they started finding out what's going on.
And just pick right back up. For somebody you know, that you won't sit here and tell me who it is. But it's okay. It's okay.
It's not that, man. It's just the consequence behind it, man.
Well,
the streets are worse. The streets worse, man. It's worse. You got.
Well, you saw the car when it hit the tree. I mean, you saw the car when it hit the house.
Yeah. I watched it jump out.
And you watched them shoot at you again. How many was in the car?
3.
3 people in the car. And you knew one of them. Or do you know more than one?
Huh?
You knew one of them? I know you knew one of them. Your face tells the story. Now, out of all the ones, I mean, you might know the other one. But I know you know one of them because the face tells the story. So Because the face tells the story of somebody being close, that you trusted.
It ain't that. Truth is, man, I want to say it was that person because I'm not 100% sure. But I know on the one person that knew where the house was. I don't want to get the wrong person locked up.
You're not going to get the wrong person locked up. We already know that person, whoever it is, they hurt or injured. So regardless of the situation, it's going to come to rap. I just want you to be able to sleep at night. Now, all the other stuff that we got going on, and you're probably not going to sleep because of the situation that's going on.
You didn't check to see that somebody come sit out them?
No, they checking. We'll wait eventually. Some of the stuff that we saw out there, we know that they know. One way or another. Because you shot back.
I'll tell you what's stressing me out, man.
What stress you out?
A lot, man. A lot of stuff stressing me out, man. And the main thing that's stressing me out, man, I have no help.
What help do you need?
You know, I ain't talk obligation, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I worried he'd speak. Now, I told Gaten a lot of stuff, but it didn't get out. But just this time, they hit the streets. Now people looking at me sideways.
That's mine. Hello? Yeah. Hold on for a minute. Hold on. You're right.
Shit not gonna work. Shit right here be a damn stage. So I'm gonna keep going.
You would have saw the first thing. So you still ain't act like you did.
Again, they want me to say I did.
You should have just said no. I thought you knew who it was.
I do know who it was.
You just said you didn't know what to say.
I did when you turned out the car. You know exactly what I saw.
Who?
She got me busy, man. My blood pressure up.
I don't need to be walking somewhere right there. Or something. Still in the police right there. Man, be walking
They could have ran up the club. Could have ran up the club. Had somebody come get them. It ain't too many niggas after me. It's everybody behind Kill. It's that crew. It's taking them.
Me and Jerry, I seen
So,
your sister.
Pink. That's not my sister.
I'm not free him. She on the phone with him today.
That ain't my sister.
She said
I blocked out my issue, right?
she said on the phone with Shell.
They said take her, MEC take, for killing and shooting. Then she go telling everybody outside her house. But the whole time, she got killed them out there and take them. They know Tate put them up and kill them wait on Tate pull up. When Tate pull up, nigga hide, jump out the bush and shoot on Tate up. Then tell everybody I did it. Tell them my damn sister.
Well, you know what? We got some things we got to deal with on the other end, too. Now, you know you a convicted fella. You shooting a weapon. We're gonna let your probation now. Who's your probation officer?
Officer Brown.
You gonna call Officer Brown in the morning?
Yeah.
You know his number?
It's in his phone. I didn't know the phone. It was in the car.
Okay, so Officer Brown's your probation officer?
Yeah.
You need to tell Officer Brown he need to call Investigator Gator. Now, where's this weapon?
I told others that I should probably get it to him this evening, because
Tomorrow,
yeah.
You need to call Gator. When you call him, so he gave you a number?
Yeah, he gave me a card.
Okay. You either call one or two. We need that weapon.
I called Kate.
We need that weapon. You need to tell your probation officers the whole situation that happened.
I will. Every time something happens, I call her phone. Phone I get the change, and I tell her exactly what happened. And she come out my house, and I explain everything what happened to her. It's the first thing I always do. I get to tell her stuff for it, like what's going on.
You need to keep in touch with Gator. You need to lay low. Very low. No more of this riding motorcycles out there doing all this other stuff, hanging with the homies. Because I know somebody close to you. And it's somebody hurt, especially the way their car is. So regardless if you tell me now, I'll find out later. We'll find out later. Then we find out later. You still got to say who that person was. You land on a very heavy heart. You land on a very heavy heart. Deshaun. So you don't know who the person is?
By the time I looked up, they rolling down their window. They know me. It's us shooting. I was already in the car.
You have any idea who it might be?
I was already in the car.
Anybody you let come over to the house recently that normally ain't been by there?
Nah, cause we just talked about.
Who is that?
Huh?
Yeah, let me do something.
Who is?
Who is?
Who is?
Been there.
Been there.
Who is?
I got a problem with.
No, change.
So you gotta put this tag. So Tay has been the only one that's been over in that area that you.
Who is? They don't like. They're the only person.
Say it again, I can't hear.
That's the only person who's been there that they have a problem with him.
So Tay is the only one that's been there have a problem with to him and knows that you live there.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
coming in and out of there? Who are those guys?
My brothers.
Your brothers is brothers?
Real brothers.
How many brothers you got?
Man, her brothers.
How many brothers you got?
I got 4.
You got 4 brothers, 2 of them in jail.
No, none of my brothers in jail.
Them your cousins?
Yeah, my cousin.
Them your cousins that's in jail.
Yeah.
So 4 of your brothers, I met one of them. That's the one who car got shot up.
Yeah. And the other 2 right there too.
Montrez?
Yeah.
Brock?
Yeah. That's my oldest brother.
That's your oldest brother?
Yeah.
Now that's his car. This is Charger that got shot up.
Yeah.
And your other brother, what's your other brother's name?
Rodney Brock.
Rodney Brock. And what's the other one?
No, I'm tripping. Ricardo. Rodriguez Brock. Rodriguez Copeland. I don't even know about his name.
Rodriguez Copeland.
Yeah. Rodney Brock.
Rodney Brock.
Montrez Brock.
Montrez Brock. Those are your
My 3 brothers.
your 3. What other brother?
Me.
Oh, you 4th one.
Yeah.
Okay. And what's your brother's name?
Maurice.
Maurice what?
David.
Maurice Davis. And you got another one? What's his name?
David.
David Quarterman. So he stayed up. So they still come in and out over there. And you got now the apartment. Did your mom stay in there with you? Keep the baby, or she stay somewhere?
I stay by myself. My mom stays somewhere else. I stay by myself.
Okay. Was your mom there?
No.
Who got the baby? Who got the baby?
My mom got her now. Saying until we get there.
Okay, your mom got you. What's your mama's name?
April.
April what? Quarterman. So she got the baby.
Yeah.
Why you? Okay. Until y'all get back. Okay. You the what? Youngest, oldest?
I'm the youngest.
You the youngest
boy. Yeah.
You the youngest boy. So you done got your brother car shot up. And shooting at your girl's apartment. And right now we only know there's a guy by the name of Tate. That's a possible person. You know where Tate come from? What area you live in?
I don't even know like that. I just know from him water breaking around him. I don't know like that. I just seen him in Mechanicsville a couple times.
Oh, so you from Mechanicsville and Simpson? Well, Mechanicsville and Simpson, that's a...
Yeah, that was before I seen Mechanicsville. I know he was right there.
How old is Tate? He about your age? He older?
He young.
Oh, he young?
He young than him.
How old are you?
23.
So you like 18, 19, something like that? How old are you?
20.
You 20?
He 21. I'm 21.
He 20.
You're not 20? So it's Tate that lives on that's Mount Simpson and was over on Simpson in Mechanicsville. That's 2 places
We started hanging when he came to Mechanicsville.
You started hanging when he came to Mechanicsville? But he said he's from Simpson. Well,
That's where he's from.
That's where he's from, Simpson. But you met him over there in Mechanicsville.
Yeah. He went to call. We used to be at call playing basketball.
Well, one thing I want to tell you, you gotta look at her. You gotta look at your baby girl. Full circle. You had a lot to think about tonight. And how many people in this wide scope I need that weapon. Because that's going to be crucial. That's going to be crucial.
They're going to be who?
Crucial.
What is
That crucial. We're going to need that crucial piece to this puzzle. We know that they came for you. And in the process of that, they were shooting at you, and your baby. So that's 3 possible situations that could not have came out better than what it is right now, because right now you all here. Now, we know that somebody in that car is injured and hurt from what we saw at the scene. And possibly shot. But what I'm saying to you is, you want to lock me up. Some things that I need. I don't know what might happen in the next couple of days. But right now, no. I don't have a weapon. I don't have nobody that said that you were shooting at them. But in this situation, we know that they were shooting at you by what we found. Now you there. And the one thing that I want to say to you, that you're a better man by coming up and admitting that it was you. You could say somebody else was shooting at you. But you was defending what's rightfully yours. Even though you're not supposed to have a weapon. But I understand the streets. I understand the streets. And I understand that when you're on the street, sometimes you got to survive.
If I didn't shoot back, man, I probably would have died. We probably would have died. If I didn't do what I did what I did. Because I know for a fact, when I ran around, the car wasn't moving no more. They stopped the car. The only way they moved when I shot that. The only way they crashed, because I shot at them. It's the only way. They were still shooting. Every time I shot, they stopped shooting. Every time I stopped shooting, I tried to get back in the house. I wasn't trying to hurt them, just trying to get us away. That's all I was trying to do. If I did hurt, I'm not mad about it.
You was offended.
Some fact is, they seen they had a clear view of me. They seen me walk to the car with the baby.
So they knew you had your baby.
They saw the baby. You seen the baby mom too.
And they didn't care.
They did.
Anything else you want to talk to me about?
How do I survive this? How could I survive this? I can't go nowhere if I don't have any money. Let me tell you why. I'm broke now. Because Gabriel called my phone when I was in front of the door. Like, she wanted me to talk. She wanted me to come out and talk. You feel me?
Mm-hmm.
Everybody right there. You feel me? Here's what I did. I left one down here and talked to her. Now, tonight, everybody look at me like I'm a snitch now. It's just like, I can get money. You know, I was just getting money just by doing nothing. It's like, hey man, I need to buy this right here. Just hanging around. Go to the mall, you pay for everything. Burger man, they all them. Yeah. Now, when you came out here, say you think I'm a snitch.
Why'd you you come?
Why I come? Cause my name came up in something I didn't do. And the only way to play, come out and prove myself. Same day it happened. You said, think I shot at these people, I shot their houses up, run Texas on them. If I'm gonna do something, I'm not gonna be scared shot dead.
You know, it's kind of sad. Because at this point, you have a cousin, 2 cousins that's in jail. You have 3 other brothers. You have a baby. You have a baby mama. This your first child?
Yes.
Do you think that you'll be able to see your child grow up?
But you know, me and her get into it every second of the day, every 5 minutes we together. She put me out, guess what I do? I leave. And I think about what's going on. And I do whatever I do to talk and get that good with her. To be out with her and the baby. Until that time comes. Because for what I've been witnessing and been seeing lately, I've been saying God have been with me. But I don't know, I got my mind like it because it ain't gonna stop. No matter what happens. It's not gonna be me, it's gonna be somebody I love. And before I let somebody I love get hurt, I already stepped in front of the gun. And tonight what happened, I honestly, God tells the truth, man. I haven't been wanting no problem with nobody. It was hard to get me to stay in the house. I stay in the house a whole day until we get ugly. We get ugly, I go ride around. Get on Instagram, make funny jokes, just clear my mind. I can't think. I have a handful of problems. And I come back in the house, get ugly with her. Sleep in the living room, sleep on the floor, or whatever. But I be there, see my baby. I go to sleep, wake up to her. But at the end of the day, man,
So
it's not, it's just, you can't run from death. And my grandma told me, the day I stopped lying, God wouldn't appreciate it. God wouldn't want us running. He don't. So, I made in my mind, I don't run. I'm not run for you. I don't run for nobody. Not gonna have none of that. Everybody keep telling me high, lay low. We're with money. How the hell I'm gonna do that? It ain't like I'm looking for trouble. I will if I could. But before I go over here and leave them over there, I'd rather be there with them. If the baby went crying, who knows? They probably would have came in there and shot the house up while we was in the living room. That's what's going through my mind right now. The baby did all they crime until we went out the door. We went out the door. They started showing. She haven't cried no more. You know what it is? I don't get through a lot of stuff. There's a lot of things don't happen to me. Guess what? When I think about it, I think about God being there for me. And right now, I ain't done that, man. That's all I ain't shot that nigga. I ain't killed that nigga. I ain't had nothing to do with it. I had nothing to do with it. Didn't have a problem with it. So it didn't have nothing, nobody house getting shot up. I had nothing to do with none of that.
So basically, Young Thug washed his hands of you.
Yeah. Because I came and talked to the church. And then folks in the street saying, I'm a snitch, I'm a snitch, I'm a snitch. Nobody don't want to hang around. I call them opponents, they don't want to hang around. Like, what the hell, where the hell all these come from?
What the hell is going on?
So basically, Young Thug done washed his hands of you. And Birdman. And now...
I seen him in the club. I gave him that. He gave me that. And I was talking to him. That nigga wouldn't even talk back to me. He's just like, yo. Shit. You like, what the hell you been at? You feel me? But what he did do, he called when you're at, like, everything, all is okay. You feel me? But
listen, and then now you being accused of shooting somebody or having somebody shot that you have nothing to do with. And now you got that retaliation coming on you.
now, you know what? You know what else? I heard somebody say, I'm the reason. I said I pulled Thug into this. They do what they say. I'm the reason. They bring Thug name up, saying Thug had something to do with it because of me. So folks going around saying I'm trying to mess up his career. You know what I'm saying? How y'all mess up his career? I didn't have nothing to do with it. You know, I didn't. I don't know what the hell is going on.
So do you think somebody based on this situation hating on you for what you had?
I know
because you came from where they couldn't get to.
I know this kid, this him. But I'm 100% sure. He started this. He was me and him always had a problem. None of his crew members, none of them never had a problem. None of them. It was always him, me and him.
You and who?
Me and Kev.
You and Kev.
It started with me and him. That's how it started. Now,
did you take something from Kev?
Never in life. Never in life.
What did he take something from you?
Never. He tried. He tried to take money from me. Last time we was in the club, punched me in the face, tried to go and fight with. I hold on to the money. Nobody take no money from me. You feel me? Jump on me. Boom. Come out of the club. They went their way, we went our way. Then, 5-6 days later, well, there was Monday to whatever day it was, Friday. Never get killed. And then when he get killed, the same person killed. Who did it? I got jumped in that club. Never was in the club. Y'all left. Never still there. If I wanted to go get some revenge, anything, I would have did it right there. Right then and there. I wouldn't have waited. None of that. Feel me? What club y'all get a fight? Kush. That was Dean. But before I always had to show person I wasn't a problem. The club on the Derrick who owned Kush, he stopped me one day at the door like, I can't let you in. Y'all have too much going on. So he pulled me in the back, me and him talked face to face. I just told him, I said, if you can let them in, you let me in. And you see who the problem is. Just pay attention both ways. He did 2 weeks. He did that Monday and the next Monday. And he seen that they started with me both times. And not only that, because I know he watching me, but they just how I was. I didn't care about, bro, another nigga, I don't care about what you got, but that don't concern me. You know what I'm saying? Just come to have fun. That's all in my mind. And it went from there. And then the last time, Derrick said, now I've been watching you. I see you ain't the problem. You hear me? But everybody, he has so much fear in a lot of people's heart. You hear me? And it's just like that, man. Then this nigga Nut getting killed. Had a lot of people mess with him, and they don't went around and told everybody I who did it. They try to turn everybody against me. They even try to turn Thug against me. The hell?
But he still called you.
Yeah.
Just check on him. He called you today?
Yeah, he called me. I just didn't get it though. Just like, but they just other people saying that they didn't want me and him together because I got a lot going on, and they don't want him to get caught up in it and mess up his career or something. But it's just like, it just seems like everything going downhill for me. Since these niggas put me in, it's all type of stories going around, but they still targeting me. I don't heard 50 other stories. I don't even heard stories that they had an ending to it. But it's still coming. The nigga, when Kill got shot, crazy thing about it, I was on Instagram the whole time, making videos. It was called Beyond Video, and we just ate people and talk. I was there the whole time, and when we got done playing, they called like, when Kill had got shot. Okay, why y'all telling me? Well, you know they saying you did. Like, man, look, man, my Instagram page tell it all, man. Like, yeah, we seen you on there. But after that, after he got shot, like 2 days ago, they came back and said somebody else did. Say, Kill no who to trust. But they say he in jail. But he don't want to talk to the girl no more. Because he thinks she had something to do with it, or whatever. So, anywhere it goes, man, they going to always have a way to put me in everything.
Who is Kill will be talking to?
The girl Trees. They going to have a way to put me in everything. Who got something to do with it? Who got something to do with it? Who got something to do with it?
So they don't, so at this point, you got 48. You got 48. You good? That's a baby?
Yeah.
Pretty.
Thank you.
Look like a baby. I'll be right back. So I can get y'all out of here. You gotta get back to that baby.
Call us up.
Let the man go.
Huh?
Say, let the man go.
Let him go.
Man, who?
Hmm?
I'm ready to go.
Well, let what man go? Somebody ate my Instagram, like, you okay?
That's all. You.
Yeah.
What were you doing?
The girl, she got nothing in her profile picture.
What I keeping up with me? You can't like my picture. It's just too much.
So you blame on me again?
So how I feel this too much. I ain't blaming on no one. I'm ready to go though. I'm sleepy.
Oh, y'all lit? I just called again. Who? Which one? Whoever. I'll be called. You ain't be on phone.
Who?
Big man.
Why ain't called Trey?
Picking that down, cutting me, shooting motherfucker up again. Told him he should gotta paint the whole color.
That was too late. They can't see no screen.
No, I said. Hello?
Trey left on that shit. He need to call up right over around here.
No, he's still up.
Who that was you calling for, Shannon? Who that was you calling for? You must never done them all.
Kamari. Brother, LeBron.
Maurice.
How old is that?
Who? I call my mom. No, I really feel bad. I need my gate card. I need my gate card. I just been here.
I just found it.
You found it?
Yeah, I ain't bringing it up. Tracy, he tried, it ain't working.
Tried in my gate. Them over here card.
It was young. I had one color.
When you did it at your house and you worked, then you did it in my house and you worked.
Yeah, that's your gate card.
Yeah.
Yeah, you probably have to take that to me off. You ain't call my rebate?
I was asleep.
Your mom gave her the message?
Mom, at every weekend you gonna get it. You can call me back. I'm gonna call you back.
Kiss that job. Huh?
Baby sleep. You real? Baby trying to move.
Who trying to move?
I said she was not trying to
What's
move.
next to the job? The lady.
Rico.
She gone.
She was in diamond on the car.
She what?
She was in diamond on the car. Who got her car?
Who got her car?
I said, I wonder who got it.
Diamond. She had a diamond driver.
Yeah, but Diamond got her own car. Diamond got her own car.
I thought you said she and diamond on the car.
Yeah, like Diamond just picked up the keys and came.
Oh.
Keep her. She keep her on the car. Down here, at the precinct across the street from, what is it right now?
Pre-trial. Next pre-trial.
Yes, pre-trial.
The jail.
Yes, at the jail, the pre-trial. Yeah, right. Huh?
So can we stop at this point in time? I understand that we need to take a comfort break. All right. Councils will be in recess about 15 minutes. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, jury, all rise. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, our jury has left us. We'll be in recess 15 minutes.
You can continue.
So Trooper Guarino, there was a Dell laptop and an HP Pavilion all-in-one desktop, correct?
Yes.
These were taken from Mr. O'Keefe's home, is that correct?
Yes, they were.
What, if anything, did you do with respect to those computers?
As I said, I took the hard drives out of both machines. They were imaged, and the images were loaded into Axiom to view the data that was on them.
Now, when you say something was imaged, can you explain to the jury what you mean by that?
Yeah, it's a bit-for-bit copy of the hard drive. Instead of us turning it on and going through it, which would change data, by taking the hard drives out and imaging them, it creates a one-for-one copy, so that way we can view it without changing anything in the system.
And you mentioned a tool called Axiom, is that correct?
Yes.
And can you explain to the jury sort of what is that Axiom tool and how does it work?
Yeah, it's another forensic tool that we use. Can do cell phones and computers. You'll use it to load the images so we can view the data.
And with respect to the imaging that was done with regard to the Dell laptop and the desktop, what, if anything, was it that you were looking for specifically on those devices?
We were looking for Ring video to see if either computer was used by Officer O'Keefe as a login machine to handle the account.
And from your review of what was extracted or imaged from each of those two respective computers, what, if any, information were you able to glean in reference to Ring.com or anything else?
Neither computer was used. One appeared to be used mostly by the kids, and the other, I believe it was the laptop, was used mostly by O'Keefe, but there were no Ring logins.
As far as the Ring connection, what, if any, devices were you, throughout the course of the investigation, were you able to ascertain were actually connected to the Ring cameras at Mr. O'Keefe's house?
Officer O'Keefe's cell phone.
Now, if there were any other devices, whether they were Mr. O'Keefe's or someone else's, ascertained from either the Ring footage or the information provided by Ring, whether or not there were any other devices beyond Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone that were linked to that account?
Not that I know of.
And I'm sorry, just not that there weren't any devices or not that you could tell?
Not that I could tell or that I ever heard of.
Now, Trooper Guarino, let me ask you some questions just in general about a cell phone extraction. Are you familiar with that term?
Yes.
And can you explain to the jury sort of what is involved in that and how a cell phone extraction is performed as far as your experience with regard to investigations that you've been involved in?
Yeah. So most investigations, we get the cell phones from the scene, from a suspect, from a victim. They're put into airplane mode to preserve the data, so that way a remote wipe can't be sent to the phone from iTunes. If we can't put it into airplane mode, we'll put it into a Faraday bag, which blocks the cell phone signal. And then it's brought back to the lab and put into a Faraday box, which is has electrical outlets inside of it, so that way we can keep the phone charged.
And with regard to this investigation, you involved in the extraction of data or the examination of extracted data from any particular phones?
Yes, I did John O'Keefe's phone, Karen Reed's phone, and we had two witnesses' phones, but I don't remember doing the extractions themselves.
But as far as the data from those phones, have you had opportunity to look at that data? And specifically, I'm asking about both Jennifer McCabe's phone and Ms. Carrie Roberts'.
Yes, I have.
Now, were you also at some point provided with some material from Brian Higgins' phone?
Yes, I saw screenshots of text messages.
And from the material that you were provided with reference to Mr. Higgins' phone, were you then able to cross-reference that eventually at some point with respect to the information in both Ms. Reed's phone and Mr. O'Keefe's phone?
Yes, I was.
From what you reviewed, was the information contained within the material provided by Mr. Higgins, was that consistent with what you observed in Ms. Reed's phone as well as Mr. O'Keefe's?
Yes, I didn't see any differences in those messages.
Now, with respect to, starting with Ms. Reed's phone, That was received by you on January 29th, 2022. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And do you recall about what time it was and where you were when you received that phone?
I want to say 6 or 7 o'clock at night at the Norfolk DA's office.
And who did you receive that phone from?
Trooper Proctor.
And with reference to that phone, what condition was it in at the time, as far as you referenced airplane mode, Faraday bag, things of that nature? How was it sort of when you received it?
I believe it was in airplane mode. The phone was in good working order. And it was placed downstairs in our lab plugged in to keep the phone battery charged.
Now, the same with respect to Mr. O'Keefe's phone. When and from whom did you receive that, and what kind of condition was that in when you received it?
I also got that from Trooper Proctor the same time as Miss Reed's phone. Same condition.
Now, with respect to the defendant's phone, at the time that you received it, did you have any passcode or any way to get into the phone?
I'm sorry, whose phone?
Ms. Reed's phone.
Oh, no. The software we use to try to bypass passwords to be able to extract the evidence, I should say the extraction of the data to look for evidence, her phone at that time was not supported.
Now, what, if anything, did you do with her phone in regard to that?
Again, made sure it was in airplane mode and just kept it plugged in until such time as the phone was supported, and then we could download it.
Familiar with a device called the Gray Key?
Yes.
And can you explain to the jury what that is and what, if anything, you did with regard to the defendant's phone and the Gray Key device?
Yep. So Gray Key is, again, specialized hardware and software used to plug in the phones, can do Apple or Android phones to bypass passwords.
And how does that sort of function, or how does that work as far as when you hook something, a cell phone or a cellular device up to a Gray Key tool? What is it doing and how does it work?
If I knew that, I'd be a millionaire. But it basically installs software onto it, and instead of when you put in 10 passcodes to an iPhone, on the 10th one, if it's wrong, it kills the phone forever. This has some secret software that's able to bypass that and basically keep hitting the phone with passcodes until it finds the right one.
So it essentially runs a bunch of different combinations of passcodes into the phone until it comes up with one that actually opens the phone.
Yes, that's correct.
And at some point, did the Gray Key device actually break into the defendant's phone?
Yes, it did.
Do you know about when that was in relation to when you received it?
Yeah, so we got the phone in January. It took, I believe support came out in, I want to say May or June. I don't remember the exact month, but we didn't actually get the passcode until August 16th of 2022.
And once that passcode was essentially broken into by the Gray Key device, then you're able to look into the phone, is that correct?
Yes, once the passcode's obtained, we download the data, and then we're able to take that extraction data and then open it up in Cellbrite or Axiom or whatever tool we're going to use to view it.
And the tools, as far as you're referring to, Cellbrite and Axiom, are you familiar with those tools through your course of your work as an investigator with regard to electronic devices?
Yes.
And if you could explain to the jury sort of when you say Cellbrite and Axiom, as far as then tools are concerned, how do they work and sort of what is it that you do with the device with reference to Cellbrite?
So what do we do with the extractions once we go to open them?
Well, how is the information extracted, first of all, and then what, if anything, do you do with the map?
So Gray Key will pull the extraction. It just, once the code's received, it, again, uses its software, pulls the data out, puts it into an encrypted, it's MD5 or SHA. It's an encryption key that has, it's a unique key that, so if you changed anything inside that zip file, it would change the encryption number to show that something was tampered with. We take that encrypted zip file and we open it up in the software, and that's able to say, you know, the call logs, the chats, the photos, the whole timeline of the phone.
Now, in addition to yourself, is there anyone else that works in this sort of capacity within your unit at the district attorney's office?
Yes, 2 other people.
And who are those 2 other people?
The director of our lab, Samantha Vogt, and Trooper Connor Keefe.
Now, beyond yourself, Trooper Keefe, and Ms. Vogt, anybody else from the detective unit, as far as the troopers, would they have access to these devices, being the defendants, Mr. O'Keefe's, Ms. McCabe's, or Ms. Roberts?
If they're in the digital evidence lab, no. Once the data is extracted from them, normally we give them back to the investigator or return to family. So that would be the only time that they would have access to the devices, or unless we kept them in the lab for just for, I don't want to say safekeeping, but just for storage reasons.
Now, with reference to your review of any of the extractions related to any of those 4 devices, at any point in time, did you observe anything in reference to any information being taken off or deleted from any of those devices at any point in time?
No, sir.
Now, with respect to Ms. Reed's device, the defendant's device, it was sometime in August of 2022 that the gray key was able to break into the passcode and get into the device, correct?
That's correct.
And so then, once an extraction is done, that's then subsequently reviewed by someone within your unit, is that correct?
Yeah, so again, normally the investigators for the homicides know far more information about the crime and what occurred. So if need be, I'll load the phone up for them. They can go through it because they know what they're looking for. If they ask me, I'm happy to go through. If they can say, I'm looking for calls between this time period, or, GPS locations, things like that.
Now, with reference to the defendant's phone, at some point were you made aware that there was some privileged information contained within her phone?
Yes, I was.
So as a result of that, what, if anything, happened with the phone from there?
We notified our supervisors, and we did not look at her extraction until the privileged communications could be removed, and then we could, again, go back and re-inspect the data.
Now, as far as that whole process that was undertaken in regard to that, how long a time period, or when was it that you were able to have the privileged information extracted and then actually get to look at the defendant's phone?
It took months. I don't think we got it back from the AG's office until later, springtime of 2023-ish.
Now, with respect to the extraction from each of these 4 respective devices, that being the defendant's, Mr. O'Keefe's, Ms. McCabe's, and Ms. Roberts, what kind of tools were used to conduct those extractions?
Gray key, Windows 10, and then Cellbrite Physical Analyzer and Axiom, their program, Magnets program.
And so as far as, I guess my question is, as far as the different devices that are used, why are there different devices, and what is it that, say, one does versus the other?
So they both do great work with, decoding the data. I've noticed that Axiom does a better job at pulling GPS spots because it gives a speed and a estimated range of how strong the GPS signals are, as opposed to Cellbrite. They give native locations, but they don't have that extra data with it. So I like to look at both tools to make sure that I'm seeing everything that I need to.
Now, with respect to the defendant's phone, you at some point reviewed the extraction from the defendant's phone, correct?
Yes, I did.
And with respect to that phone, what, if anything, did you observe with regard to GPS locations associated with that device?
I didn't see that many, maybe a handful showing different spots in Canton, but nothing that stood out to me.
Now, with respect to your review of the phone, what, if anything, were you able to ascertain as to whether or not those GPS locations were allowed or permitted or turned off or on by a user?
I can't say. I didn't see anything, like I said, that stuck out to me. Normally, if the GPS points aren't there, then location services are probably turned off.
So what I'm asking, though, is the device itself was capable of retaining that data as far as GPS locations, correct?
Yes, if it's turned on.
and there were no real GPS locations to speak of that you observed in your review of the extraction of the defendant, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Now, with regard to Mr. O'Keefe's phone, what, if anything, were you able to ascertain from that as far as GPS locations were concerned?
There's quite a bit, especially on January 29th.
Now, sir, before we get into that, if I could ask you some questions in regard to Ms. McCabe's excuse me, phone extraction. You had occasion to review that, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And so, in regard to that also, you had mentioned that you had reviewed an affidavit from a defense expert or defense witness named Mr. Richard Green, correct?
That's correct.
And based on your review of that, what, if anything, based on your review of what Mr. Green said or did, what, if anything, did you then do with regard to Ms. McCabe's phone?
So I basically went point by point through his report to confirm or deny if what he was placing in there was true.
And what, if anything, were you able to ascertain or learn from going through Ms. McCabe's phone with reference to what Mr. Green had stated?
Objection.
I'll allow that.
It was mostly incorrect.
And when you say mostly incorrect, what was mostly incorrect?
So he states that there's a Google search that's done at 2:27 in the morning that immediately stuck out to me because when I went back and looked, that file that was parsed was not from the database that should have showed searches. This came from the session state tabs for Safari, which is a big red flag. It also came from a wall file, which is a dropping ground for where data is put before it's actually put into the main database itself. And then once it reaches a certain point, that data is automatically deleted by the device, not by a user, which Mr. Green had stated that a search was done and then it was purposely deleted. There was also items regarding phone calls being deleted. Again, they came from a wall file. Looking at it, again, it's stored in the knowledge seed, the main database. It's also stored in the biome, showing in the extraction, which is another storage area that Apple is using. Again, nothing, most of the stuff that I was reading in his report was either incorrectly, I don't know, written down or he's interpreted it incorrectly.
Now, with regard to the phone calls or the contacts that Mr. Green indicated were user deleted or deleted by the user, what, if any, information did you look in regard to that, or what, if anything, did you ascertain in regard to that?
Yeah, so he stated that Ms. McCabe had deleted 18 phone calls from the morning after John O'Keefe's body was found. Looking at the data from her call log, those calls, while they do show marked as deleted, again, they come from the wall file and they're also located in 2 other parts of the database. Again, as a user of an iPhone, you can't go in and just delete these files. They're handled by the operating system. It's impossible.
So as far as, what, if any, opinion do you, well, let me ask you this first. As far as a wall or writing a log file, can you explain that, what you understand that term to mean to the jury as it pertains to these particular items?
Yeah, so as I said, these files are dropping ground. So when you're using your apps, using the phone, it takes that data, puts it into this wall file until you either close the app or you shut down the phone, or it reaches a certain number of data in the phone. That wall file will automatically delete from the phone. So this can be on a first in, first out basis. Again, like I said, it could be when data reaches a certain level, but those calls that are being marked as deleted, Celebrate seeing, it doesn't mean the user deleted them. It just means they're being removed from the wall file.
And you indicated that from your review of the phone extraction, there were other areas or other bases within the phone that contain that same information?
Yes. So the main database of the iPhones is the Knowledge C database. They're also using Biome, and then if you're using the newest software now, it's another area I won't bore you with, but depending on the iOS you're using for the phone, it's going to depend on where that data is being stored.
Now, specifically with respect to Ms. McCabe's phone, one of the contentions Mr. Green had was in regard to a contact for Brian Albert. Is that correct?
Yes, that was another one.
With respect to that, what, if anything, were you able to find within Ms. McCabe's phone in regard to contact information for Brian Albert?
Yeah, so Mr. Green's report said that he located a deleted screenshot of Brian Albert's contact. That was in her phone. The contact for Brian Albert was still in her phone, not deleted. So I don't know, maybe she just deleted the screenshot.
Now, with respect to Ms. McCabe's phone, what, if anything, did you do with regard to the call log history in Ms. McCabe's phone?
I exported it all out to a PDF so I could view it. And again, like I said, there's, I think, 1,104 phone calls from going all the way back to October of 2020, I want to say. And phone calls, FaceTime, the calls are there, all the records, and they're all stored in different areas of the phone. The only ones that show the WAL file deleted were the ones from the 29th going up to the end, towards the end of the day on the 29th.
And now, with respect to the call history, where or how is that typically stored within an iOS device?
I believe that's stored in the call stored SQLite database.
And with reference to what, if any, difference storage-wise is that SQLite database versus the WAL file?
So again, that database where the call logs are sent, it's going to have a corresponding WAL file where the data is going to be put temporarily. And then, as I said, it gets automatically deleted by the iOS, by the operating software. It's not user enabled.
And so from your review of those 1,104 phone call history records contained within this extraction of Ms. McCabe's phone, what, if any, opinion do you have in regard to whether or not those items were deleted by any user?
I don't believe they were. And actually, I will say one of the phone calls was from the actual main call stored database. That could have been user deleted, but again, it's in two other spots in the operating system, so I don't know how or why the iOS stores it the way it does, and then marks what.
Now, sir, from your review of the 4 phone extractions that you've reviewed in this case, were you able to export or print certain chat reports from specific people's phones or from specific people's phones with other individuals?
Yes, I was able to.
And Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes. Yes.
Sir, I'm showing you what's been marked as Exhibit 48.
Okay.
You recognize, excuse me, do you recognize that, sir?
Yes.
And what do you recognize as?
The first page is Facebook Messenger chats between Karen Reed and John O'Keefe.
And what's contained in there, is that a fair and accurate portrayal of what you observed from the extraction from Mr. O'Keefe's phone?
Yes, it is.
And specifically with reference to those chats between Mr. O'Keefe and the defendant, you also reviewed that material from the defendant's phone as well?
Yes, I did.
Material that you reviewed from the defendant's phone, is that consistent with what you observed in Mr. O'Keefe's phone?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, if I could request certain portions of what's been marked as Exhibit 48 being published to the jury as we go through them.
Okay.
Sir, if I could just start you out on page 1.
Okay.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have that up on the screen. Now, with respect to what's up on the screen, the portion that you can see, do you recognize this, sir?
Yes, I do.
Now, what you have before you as Exhibit 48.
Yes.
Now, within this particular, from the perspective of this is from Mr. O'Keefe's phone, is that correct?
Yes, it is.
So there will be blue bubbles and green bubbles, is that correct as well?
Yes.
And so who, as far as the blue bubbles are concerned, who is speaking in that?
The blue bubbles will be from Ms. Reed, and the green bubbles are from Officer O'Keefe.
Now, Ms. Gilman, if you could please scroll down. Now, with respect to what's contained on this page 1 at the bottom, if you could read the date and the time and indicate who is speaking and what is said there, sir.
Yeah. So the blue bubble is Karen Reed and 1/28/2022 at 3:30 p.m. Hello. John says hi at 3:35 p.m.
Sorry, may I
Yeah.
approach, John?
Yes.
Yep. Those are the Facebook ones.
I'm sorry. What's contained in Exhibit 48 is the entirety of the chat report from Mr. O'Keefe's phone, correct?
Yes, I believe so.
Okay. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
My apologies. Showing you another document. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
What do you recognize that to be, sir?
These are the native chats, native messages from John O'Keefe and Karen Reed.
So these are just specifically broken down as far as the chats between Mr. O'Keefe's phone and Ms. Reed's phone, correct?
Correct.
And as far as your review of both of the extractions from both of those phones, the material contained within Mr. O'Keefe's phone is consistent with the material contained in the defendant's phone, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Come with the seat to introduce and admit as the next exhibit. Okay.
Okay.
Exhibit 623.
627.
Yes. If that could be returned to the witness, Your Honor, if we could, with the court's permission, if we could publish that.
Yes. Go right ahead.
And now, Trooper Carino, do you recognize what's up on the screen as the next exhibit, sir? Ms. Gilman, I'm sorry, if you could scroll down just a little bit.
Yes.
And again, from this first page, if you could, the blue bubble is from Ms. Reed, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Green bubble being from Mr. O'Keefe, is that correct?
Yes.
And if you could, again, read from this first page as far as date, time, who is speaking, and what is said.
Yeah. At 9:49 a.m., Karen says, "You've really hurt me this time." 10:02 a.m., "I'm sorry. This is, sorry, it's kind of hard to read. I'm sorry, this has been an issue with me for 8 years. It physically hurts me to see everyone else in their life do things for them, and I'm forced to always be the bad guy." At 10:09 a.m., Karen says, "I am not the same as everybody else. Most of the time, I try to do what is healthy/smart for them. More importantly, I try to support you and what you need. You just lashed out at me and said terrible things. I don't know how you've gotten to this point with me when I'm just trying my hardest. You made the point. I made your point and continue to beat me down. I have a lot going on too. Physically, I'm falling apart and trying to get answers and help."
If I could stop you there, sir. If I could direct your attention to...
Little louder, please, sir.
My apologies. Sir, if I could direct you to page 5.
Okay.
Actually, I'm sorry, bottom of page 4.
All right.
And starting with the blue bubble on the bottom of page 4, again, if you could indicate as to who is speaking, what is said, and the date and time, sir.
Yeah. Karen says to John at 1:21 p.m. on the 28th, "Maybe you can call someone."
And if you could continue
Yep.
on and through page 5, sir.
On the 28th at 1:46 p.m., John says, "Like who?" And 1:47 p.m., "What time are you coming here?" And then there is, at 2:05, there's a message but no content.
And the next message at 2:06, sir.
Yes, 2:06 from Karen. "I don't know what time, feel kind of out of it, just trying to clear my head." 2:06 p.m., John writes back, "Okay." 2:06 p.m. again, Karen says, "Text me later when you guys settle in later." Text me when you guys settle in later. John says, "Sure," at 2:06 p.m. again. Karen says at 2:16, "I feel pretty shitty about this, I feel pretty shitty about how this morning went down. I know you said sorry, but it really stung, especially when I've been trying pretty hard lately. I feel like a loser turning around, just coming back over after everything you said."
If I could ask you to continue on to page 7, sir.
Okay. At 2:17 p.m., John says, "Not sure what else you want me to do. I said I'm sorry and I was out of line. If you prefer to stay home, I totally get it." Karen replies back at 2:17, "Things in my own life have been difficult too, you know." John writes back at 2:17, "I know." At 2:25 p.m., "Tell me if you're interested in someone else. Can't think of any other reason you've been like this." From Karen.
You could continue on to page 8, sir.
At 2:25, John responds back, "Nope. Things haven't been great between us for a while. Ever consider that?" That was at 2:26. At 2:29, he writes, "Kids are here, not in the mood to talk."
And how does the defendant respond to that at the bottom of page 8?
"So you're not into it anymore. That's fine, but I don't want to keep trying, and you keep treating me like this." At 2:29 p.m.
If I could direct you to the next page 9.
Yep. Ms. Reed says, "I'm trying to hug and kiss you this morning, and you whack me in the face with a pillow." At 2:29. At 2:30, she says, "Last night you're basically like, yeah, what about? When we talk about the future. So why don't you just admit you're not into it so much anymore?" At 2:30, oh, sorry.
Go ahead.
I said 2:30, John says, "Not how it went down, but okay."
And how does Ms. Reed respond to that?
"Can you please admit your head is out of the game with us?"
And if you could, sir, please continue on to the top of page 10.
Okay. At 2:32 p.m., "Sick of always arguing and fighting. It's been weekly for several months now. So yeah, I'm not as quick to jump back into being lovey-dovey as you apparently." From John. And then John again at 2:32, "Oh my God, stop calling."
I could stop you there for just
Okay.
a moment, sir. With regard to January 28th, you also able to extract a report specifically in regard to calls received by Mr. O'Keefe on that date?
Yes, I was.
I mean, on that date into the next date of January 29th?
Yes.
I approach, Your Honor.
Yes.
Here we go. Sabrina showing you a document. But you got a couple of minutes.
Okay.
You recognize that, sir?
Yes, it's John O'Keefe's call log.
And that's the entirety of the call log from January 28th into 29th, is that correct?
Yes, from 28th at 9:19 a.m. to the 29th at 6:03 a.m.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'm off to seek to introduce the minutes of the next exhibit. No objection.
Okay.
May I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes.
We're now showing you another document. Just ask you to review that, look up when you're finished. Do you recognize that, sir?
Yes, this is Karen Reed's call log from January 29th at 12:33 a.m. to January 29th at 6:03 a.m.
And those are specifically calls between the defendant and Mr. O'Keefe, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
May I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'm off to seek to introduce the minutes of the next exhibit. No objection.
Thank you.
Now, Trooper Guarino, from the text messages that you were just testifying from, Mr. O'Keefe indicates OMG stopped calling at 2:32 p.m. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Now, from your review of those call logs, how many times did the defendant call Mr. O'Keefe on January 28th from approximately 9:19 a.m. to about 2:58 p.m.?
There's 18 calls from 9:19 to about 2:59 p.m.
Those calls are listed within those records as various as far as rejected, or missed, or answered, or things of that nature. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
How many of them are rejected?
11.
How many of them are missed?
4.
And how many are answered?
3.
Now, following that text message at 2:32 p.m. from Mr. O'Keefe to the defendant asking her to stop calling him, does the defendant keep calling him?
Yes, she does.
And at some point, does Mr. O'Keefe call Ms. Reed back?
Yes, at about 3 p.m. on the 28th. Double check.
Thank you, sir. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Mr. Guarino, I can take each of the call logs, but I want you to keep, hold on a second.
Okay.
Now, sir, if I could turn your attention back to page 10 on those text messages with respect.
Okay, so, Mr. Lally, when you put your head down and when you walk away, we can't hear you. And so there won't be a record of this, so you have to keep your voice up.
I will do, Your My apologies.
Well, you just said, you just put your head down and your voice went down. So keep your voice up. It's really important you do so.
Trooper Guarino, turning your attention back to page 10 of these text messages, would read from Ms. Reed's response to Mr. O'Keefe at 2:32 p.m.
Yes, so 2:32 p.m., she says, why would you start with me this morning? And then followed up by 2:33, you're setting me up to fail.
If I could turn your attention to page 11 and ask you to continue from there.
Ms. Reed says you start a number of fights from your end. John, and that's at 2:33. At 2:33, John writes back, I've explained it a few times already, not doing it again.
And how does the defendant respond to that?
So you're not into this anymore. And then John says, not into fighting all the time, correct. That's at 2:34 p.m.
And if I could turn your attention to the top of page 12.
Yes, 2:34, Ms. Reed says, if you tell me you're interested in someone else, you will never hear from me again. You can have all the space in the world. John writes back, but there's no content at 2:34. And then at 2:34, she says, then stop starting with me.
How does Mr. O'Keefe respond to that?
At 2:34, he writes back, I'm not answering, stop calling.
And if you could, if I could turn your attention to the top of page 13.
Ms. Reed says, can you please answer after how you treated me earlier? John responds back at 2:35, Kaylee is right here. Ms. Reed says, you're starting a rager with me out of nowhere, and then you tell me you're sick of fighting with me at 2:35. She writes at 2:38, I'm going to grab a drink in a bit.
If I could direct you to the top of page 14, sir.
She says, can you answer please at 2:38? He writes back at 2:39, no, Karen, not sure why you need to announce that you're going drinking, but have fun. Karen writes back at 2:40, seeing if you want to meet me later. Can you please call me right after that?
And again, if I could direct you to the top of page 15.
John writes back at 2:40, have to take him to the doctor, he has practice. Ms. Reed writes back, yeah, 5 minutes. John writes back at 2:43, my father just walked in. Aaron writes back, okay, can you please call me for 2 minutes at 2:44.
The top of page 16, sir.
2:44, John writes back, not right now. Aaron writes back, I'm there when anyone else needs me at 2:44. 2:46, yes, John, you gave me utter grief this morning. I'd like you to call me for a minutes.
And the last one from that page, sir.
Yeah. 2:47, I've been trying to get over the hump with is arguing, and now you tell me you're not into things. And if you don't want to fight weekly, but fly off the handle at 8 a.m. with me, like you're setting me up to fail.
Sir, if I could draw your attention to page 42.
Okay.
And sir, if I could ask you to start reading from the top of page 42.
Yep. At 7:41 p.m., Karen writes, okay, let me know if you end up leaving. John writes back at 7:42, why? Now you're not coming? Karen writes back, I'm waiting for the plumber. Actually think he's in the driveway. 7:42. John says 7:43, we're taking Mike's car, so I'm relying on you for a ride home if he leaves. Karen writes back at 7:43, he's not going home after. John writes back at 7:43, 8 on a Friday. He may have to get Michael. And you have a plumber coming over at 8, knowing me and Papa could have handled it. Good luck. And that was at 7:44.
Thank you, sir. If I could direct your attention to page 49.
Okay.
If I could ask you to start from the page 49, sir.
Yep. 8:29 p.m. Yeah, but he lives right down the road. John writes back at 8:30. Karen, this storm is going to be intense. Can't drive. 8:30. She writes back, okay, well, if he can't, he can't. John writes back, I'll do it Monday. Karen responds at 8:31. Ha, I better not still have this problem on Monday. John writes back, plan on being there. Karen writes back at 8:32, I'd like to know, I could take a hot shower here if I need to. John writes back, figured you'd be in Canton until Monday.
If I could direct you to the top of next page, 51.
John, I'm getting off my phone. Let me know what you're doing. Karen writes back at 8:33, I think the four of us together is toxic to this relationship. Would like to limit it. And then says, you've said so yourself for probably a year now. And John writes back at 8:33, blizzard tomorrow, nobody is going anywhere.
Sir, if I could direct you to the top of page 52.
Okay. Karen says, maybe I'll come back late tonight. Bad snow is in the early a.m. That's at 8:35. And again, 8:35. I'll head up there in a few minutes. Let me know if you leave. John replies back, sure. And then the next one's not until 12:55 a.m. on the 29th. I'm going home.
And the I'm going home is from the defendant. 12:55 a.m., is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
And if I could direct your attention to the top of page 53.
Yes, 12:55 again. See you later. At 1:02, your kids are cucking alone. 1:29, 1:04 a.m. I'm back in Mansfield. The kids are home alone.
Thank you, sir. All right, may I approach to retrieve?
Yes. Can I see Counsel at sidebar about scheduling?
You are
With this witness, but can we go until 4:15? I know it's been a long day, but does that work for you all? All right, thank you very much. So why don't we do that, and then I'll talk to you about scheduling after.
All right.
You are unmuted.
May I have one moment?
Yes.
May I approach this retrieve?
Yes.
Now, Trooper Garino, you were also able to get some chats as well as some phone calls between the defendant and certain individuals. Is that correct?
Yes.
And may I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
So I'm showing you two documents, just have to review those. Finish.
Okay. Okay.
And do you recognize those, sir?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize those to be?
The single page is Karen Reed to Laura Sullivan phone calls. Or I should say, yep. calls from Laura Sullivan to Karen Reed. And the other one is Karen Reed and Laura Sullivan's chat messages.
What's contained in those documents, is that a fair and accurate portrayal of what you were able to extract from the defendant's phone?
Yes, sir.
May I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'm about to seek to introduce the minutes and next to exhibits.
No objection.
Okay.
No.
6:30. Phone calls will be exhibit 6:30.
Thank you.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
On your document, sir, you recognize that?
Yes, these are Karen Reed and Erin O'Keefe phone call.
And what is contained in that, is that a fair and accurate portrayal of what you observed conducting the extraction of the defendant's phone with regard to the communications with Erin O'Keefe?
Yes.
May I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes.
I want to seek to introduce the minutes of next exhibit.
Okay. There's no objection, Mr. Yannetti, right?
No objection.
May I-
6:32.
I'm very sorry,
you.
Madam Court Reporter. Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
Yes.
I'm showing you what's previously been marked as exhibits 51 and 52. Ask if you recognize those.
Yes, these are phone calls between Karen Reed and Katie Camerano. And 52 is chats between Karen Reed and Katie Camerano.
May I approach this to retrieve, Your Honor?
Yes.
What's contained in those exhibits 51 and 52, is that a fair and accurate portrayal of what you observed during the extraction of the material from the defendant's phone?
Yes.
May I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes.
Sir, showing you what's been marked as exhibits 94 and then 95.
Yes. Sorry. They are chats between Karen Reed and Jen McCabe, text messages. And 95 is Karen Reed and Jen McCabe phone calls.
And again, what's contained in those records before you, is that a fair and accurate portrayal of what you observed in the defendant's phone during the course of your extraction of materials from her phone?
Yes.
May I approach and retrieve, Your Honor?
Yes. So these are already in evidence, Mr. Lally, so that you don't need the fair and accurate depiction.
May I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes.
been presented within the four walls of this courtroom for your consideration. And remember, ladies and gentlemen, it would be a violation for you to also view on any platform of social media or the news media recaps or accounts of this particular trial, as you can only consider what's presented in court for your consideration. Ladies and gentlemen, lastly, one more thing. Remember, if any third party should try and reach out to you, approach you in any way, in any form, in respect to what's going on in this case or your involvement, you are to let myself and Sergeant Ingram know immediately. And then lastly, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your patience and thank you for the attention that you have given and otherwise are continuing to give and will give to the consideration of this matter. Is there anything else of me for today? All right, ladies and gentlemen, we'll see you tomorrow morning for 9:30, and we'll see where the day leads us at that point. All rise. All right, ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. Our jury has left us. All right, Ms. Hilton, what other business, if any, do you need to take up with the court?
Your Honor, if defense counsel wants to provide to the state for at least the January 28th and February 21st interview.
The January 28, 2015 and
Yes.
February what?
21st, 2015 interviews, the portions that they think could be needs to be redacted, they can get that over to us this evening. We can look at it and I believe, hopefully determine which ones we agree with and then only have to litigate over that we do not agree with.
All right. Okay, counsels, and for the defense, any issues as to relates to what the state's proffer is? They're gonna currently send you the redactions for the January 28th and February 21st, 2015 interviews.
No, we were hoping that they would send us what they believe should be redacted.
Okay. Do you have what you would consider to be subject to redaction, Mr. Sharp, or any other counsel?
I personally have not.
I apologize. Sorry, I apologize. There's a coworker of mine outside, and I understand the sheriff deputy said court's over, so no one can come in. I don't think that that's the rule, so.
Which coworker?
Thank you, sir.
Okay, all right. Okay, all right.
So, as I understand it, the order that the state is proposing is the January 28th and then the June 10th.
January 28th and February 21st. And if we're only going until 2 tomorrow, I think those would be the only ones we would get into. And then June 10th would probably be on Thursday.
Okay, I have been putting my efforts into June 10th. But we can work on, now, does the state have any proposals? The state has given me proposals for the June 10th redactions. Does the state have any thoughts or proposals about the 2 that they're planning on going into tomorrow?
We don't, given what his testimony is, we intended to play the entirety of it. There may be 1 or 2 issues that we'll review again, but we don't have any. But if there are some that the defense would like us to look at, we would, like I said, look at them and review those.
Okay.
I will talk to my colleagues and we will get back to the state as soon as we have an answer.
How long is the interviews on the 28th of January and February 21st?
January 28th is approximately a little shy of 3 hours. And February 21st, roughly around the same time, a little bit shy of 3 hours.
And can you tell me the June 10th of what year interview?
2015.
June 10, 2015 is 9 hours in duration.
Okay.
Ultimately, does the state plan on playing also the 2021 statement?
We probably will, but it depends on how the questioning goes with Mr. Because we have not broached the October interviews yet with Mr. Copeland, so it would depend on what his testimony is.
All right. But at least these three, you're planning on playing in some particular form or the other.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Have you identified any other than, well, have you identified those portions that you believe to be objectionable on either the January 28th or February 21st interviews, Mr. Sharp?
We have not identified giving them to the state. I'd have to check my notes to kind of remind myself of the work I've done in the past. But let me just, before we go too far down this road, let me just say that on behalf of Mr. Stilwell, I'm maintaining all objections to the lack of foundation for prior inconsistent statements and hearsay. So I'm answering these questions, but I don't want it to be perceived that I'm waiving that argument.
I think that your position's been made very clear, and I'll of course listen to any objections you may have, in addition to the ones that you've already made that you'd like to recap. But what the court's just trying to figure out is whether or not you've identified those particular sections that you know that you would need, that the court would, that you would need to be, they need to be redacted or otherwise omitted.
I believe when it comes to the February 21st statement, which I just listened to the other day again, I think that there's going to be less of that matter, less of the objectionable material in it than the January 28th. That's going to be more of an issue.
Okay. What about the January 28th?
I'm going off of memory because there's so many statements, but I believe that that's one of the more wide-ranging interviews where different topics are discussed and hearsay matters are discussed and speculation and all of the rest.
Don't go anywhere. Does anybody else have any comment on the 28th of January or February 21st interviews? Have they reviewed any of them? Do they wish for me to be heard on that issue? Mr. Steele?
I do. Sir, I don't believe that the burden should be on Mr. Williams to send the state what we believe should be redacted because the state's the one trying to introduce the evidence, and there are parts of both of those statements, which I have gone through, and I have delineated much of these topics or these recordings that should be struck. But I like some of the stuff that I've struck, so if the state doesn't strike it, I just won't object to it. But I don't believe that I should go first and have to do that work. So I asked the court to do what it originally said and ask the state to furnish the accused, and then we can rebound from there. Now, if that's in contrary to the way Mr. Sharp wants to do it or anyone else, I will bow down to them. But otherwise, I believe that that's the proper procedure. And the reason I say that is because if I was trying to introduce an item, I don't just take the item, which I know has to be redacted, and say to the opponent, hey, here's everything, and then you tell me and let me see if I get something that I like in because you don't catch it. I don't think that's how it's supposed to be. So I think a good faith belief and redaction by the state needs to be done first. And for instance, and I know we objected to it, but now that you heard it, I'm assuming you didn't hear that recording from February 20th, 2015. That is State's Exhibit number 378YC. And just, it's just obvious even to a casual observer that the police officer was speaking a great deal, talking to Mr. Copeland, saying, this is your first child. Do you think you'll be able to see your child grow up? I know you had nothing to do with this. You were defending yourself. That should never come in. And that's what we objected to before. And that's why I think that the state has to say, just like you started to this morning, why is it a prior and consistent statement? Why is it contradictory to the testimony? And then you can play those portions, but you don't just get to, I don't know what the expression is, throw away the bathwater with the child or throw away the child with the bathwater, but that's what it appears to me. So I have those two items that I'd like the court to consider.
Okay.
To answer your question directly, though, yes, I have done it. I do have redactions, but I don't think that it's right.
Okay. The court's concern is that given, I'm in concurrence with that the state needs to provide you with the redactions and you all can go through it. My concern is it worth us bringing the jury tomorrow? That's my concern, is that might as well, if you all are if I'm gonna have to weigh in on the admissibility of various statements from the 28th and of January 2015 and February 21st of 15, then it might just be more appropriate to let our jurors just not come in tomorrow and have them come in on Thursday. The other thing that I'm of the opinion of is that before I go ahead and go forward with that, has the state identified redactions for June 10th of 2015?
Yes, Your Honor. We provided the June 10th ones yesterday evening, and then we resubmitted them this morning when we learned that.
Okay, so it's possible maybe I can go through the redactions, at least in some particular order for tomorrow, tomorrow, and then our jurors can listen to whatever it is they can listen to on Thursday. Friday, as you recall, or just to remind you, is an administrative day for you all. Are there other statements that you've identified, Ms. Hilton, and that you're potentially going to have the defense look at?
So the only other matter, Your Honor, would be jail calls. So we provided defense counsel with about 11 jail calls that we intend on using. And so that would be it. So it would be these 3 interviews that are left, potentially 4, but that depends on Mr. Copeland's testimony, and then the jail calls.
Okay. How long are the jail calls as a collective group?
They're 11 and 15 minutes, so
15 minutes each?
yes. So roughly 150, 100, about 2 hours.
2.5 hours.
2.5
2.5 hours?
Yes.
All right. All right, counsel, is anything further? What I think I'm going to do is, unless you have some strong objection to the contract, I'm going to excuse our jurors for tomorrow and tell them they can come in on Thursday. Thursday for 9:30 for anticipated 10 o'clock start time. We can cover what they can listen to whatever we've gotten through so far.
No objection from the state, Your Honor.
Anything from the defendants? All right. Okay. Anything else I need to take up with you all before we recess?
Nothing from the state.
This is being filed and it's going to serve state and the court. But it's being filed as well. This is not a file copy. Just a courtesy copy.
Okay, we'll take it up tomorrow, Mr. Steele, okay? It'll be e-filed tomorrow, so we'll take it up then. So, all right, anything further? All right, we'll see you tomorrow morning in fact, hold on. We'll see y'all tomorrow morning for 9:30, okay? All right, see you then.